And here it is, we go again. Here it is, we go again. Ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you are there with me. The later session, 2 sessions now a day, we're doing somewhat regularly. So the last vow that I've made for you for today is now being fulfilled with this session. So my end of the bargain fulfilled is yours being fulfilled. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the memory. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. He's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the memory. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the eastern part of Nigeria. So Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Police begin manhunt for foreign operator. Sorry, let's start that again. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. So what took them so long is only really the response that you can give to this, because we've known for God knows how long that all these people from places as far-flung as Mali, they found themselves, they found by whatever means, made their way to Lagos, purporting to be Okada riders, but carrying out all manners of criminality in that space. From all over the Sahel, they're all in Lagos, pretending to be Okada riders, but criminals, the totality of all of them. So enough is enough. Belatedly, from the Lagos space, police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. So quite what took them so long, and what are they doing about it now? All of that to be found out. So we find this out as well. I want to be president to change your lives. It's Ahmed Lawan saying this. So it's quite laughable, really. This guy at the arrowhead of everything that is wrong with Nigeria. He very much complicit with everything that Buhari has done. There was a time, even when there was an incident in Shasha Market, when the Fulanis were clashing with there was an incident that happened in Shasha Market in Ibadan. A Fulani person, he tipped over the wares of some lady, and she was rebuking him, and he hit her. Somebody protested, and he killed that person. That led to a clash that led to the savaging of the Fulanis in that space. And very frontally, this guy then attacked the space to caution the Yorubas not to attack his people. So this is who Ahmed Lawan is, seeking to improve your life. I want to be president to change your lives. But he did not say for the better. This is the thing. You have to pay attention to the wordings of these people. Buhari told you he was coming with change, but he did not tell you the direction that that change is going. So he has fulfilled his promise. He has brought change, but not to your betterment. So this one now, he says, I want to be president to change your lives. But he did not say in which direction. So you have to now be very mindful of how these Fulanis word their pronouncements. So Lawan tells Nigerians. So quite what he's in play there, hopefully expand on that. And this very much the go-to language, the go-to carrot that the Nigerian politician seeking the presidency dangles in front of Nigerians. Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected. So, of course, we've sang this song before, we've danced this dance before, and we've been at this bar before. And the drinks at this bar, not especially palatable. We already know the sequence. He will make that a plank, a cardinal plank of his campaign. And as soon as he sits in that sitting as a rock, he will develop amnesia, say he never said it, and ask what restructuring even means. But of course, that are carrots that Nigerians lost after so much. Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. So we've been there before, but are we going to fall for it again? Almost certainly. You know how gullible Nigerians are. Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as stipend to party delegates for primary elections. So you know what a stipend is. It's another colloquialism for bribe, of course. It's a bit like lobbying. It's essentially manipulation. So this is now the language they've conjured with to rebrand bribe. Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as stipend to party delegates for primary elections. So there it is right there, somewhat elegant language, but not really, because you see through that easily, don't you? So there it is right there. That is what's being presented in Imo State. So from that to this, right, from that to this, Nigerian High Court jails ex-President Jonathan's godson, George Tuna, 4 years. So I think this guy is somewhat relatively fairly known. One of the godsons, I think actually formally not adopted, of course, is godson since pretty much his birth. So he now in the custody of Malam Buhari. But what does this signal to the Goodluck Jonathan narrative? Nigerian High Court jails ex-President Jonathan's godson, George Tuna, 4 years. So that's that. So this now a human interest story, but I'm bringing you this story now. And then when we get to discussing it, hopefully, if we have people on the platform willing to take on the session, I want to see what people are making of this. Court sentences Dane. So a Dane, of course, somebody from Denmark, not a title. So court sentences Dane to death by hanging for killing Nigerian wife and daughter. So there it is right there. So will that sentence be carried out? What are you making of that sentence, and especially the characters in play? Court sentences Dane to death by hanging for killing Nigerian wife and daughter. So that's very much, I'm curious to see what people are making of. So a very curious mix, the diet. I'm just making sure that I'm coming through now. I wasn't being heard earlier on in the afternoon, and it was something as silly as pressing one of these F buttons on my computer mistakenly that then shut me out and it got me into a bit of a tizzy. But hopefully everything now ticketable. So the usual protocols, please click on the like button as you are coming in. You know the process already. We are pushing to hit that 100 likes if we can today, and subscribe, of course, if you have not done that already. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section, that the two clickings to click on the like button, clicking on it is mandatory, and the subscription button, clicking on that is mandatory too. But the hyperlink that says StreamYard that I'm putting in the comment section now, so that is at your discretion. If you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that will bring you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and sample your opinions regarding the talking points. So that is exactly how it works. It's an interactive session, an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about the clickings of the like button and subscribe and the hyperlink at your discretion, let me provide a little bit of liquid nourishment, your calabash to the ready as we join the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Elek ọ̀run mú ìní o, ìgbàlà tí ele, he he he. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, ìgbàlà tí ele, he he he. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, and there it is right there. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, As guys, I bring you this. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada, or Okada rather, not Okada, but Okada. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. The Commissioner of Police in Lagos State, Abiodun Alabi, says the command is after foreigners operating as commercial motorcyclists in the state. Mr. Alabi disclosed this on Friday in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria in Lagos. He said that the command was aware of some foreigners operating as motorcyclists in the state and that they were after them. The CP spoke whilst parading 13 suspects by the command allegedly involved in various crimes in the last 1 month. News Agency of Nigeria reports that many of the motorcyclists operating in Lagos and some neighboring states News Agency of Nigeria reports that many of the motorcyclists operating in Lagos and some neighboring states are Nigerians, Togolese, Beninese, and Chadians. We are aware that many commercial motorcyclists operating in Lagos are foreigners, and we have commenced a routine this is a badly written piece, by the way. I often say that, but in this instance, more so. We are aware that many commercial motorcyclists operating in Lagos are foreigners, and we have commenced in. So this, it says routing here, routing, but it should be routine. Do you see? So that's why I said it's a badly written piece. So I'll read it how we should read, because sometimes I'm reading it and I'm editing it just as I'm reading. We are aware that many commercial motorcyclists operating in Lagos are foreigners, and we have commenced routine checks with the aim of profiling them. When we finish the profiling, we will hand them over to the Nigerian Immigration Service for further investigation and possible repatriation, he said. On the inflow of motorcycles into Lagos State, Alabi said the command was activating the old strategy by deploying officers to all border towns to check every means of importing motorcycle in the state. We are going to carry out the old strategy by ensuring that no motorcycle comes into the state. We will seize any motorcycle found in any vehicle coming into Lagos, he said. I wonder if that is legal, though. So you cannot do that, Mr. Police Officer. That is against the law, Mr. CP. The police commissioner had on Thursday advised that people should stop giving out motorcycles as a means of empowerment, but adopt other meaningful ventures. Alabi on Thursday was reacting to the total ban of commercial motorcycles in some local government areas in Lagos State. People buying Okada motorcycles as empowerment for people should have a rethink. The fact remains that banning Okada in Lagos, while some people are bringing them in through empowerment, is giving police problem in implementing the already existing laws, he said. So there it is right there. So the Chadians and the Nigerians now, thank you for the visit, but off you go back to the Sahel. I want to be president to change your lives, but it does not state in which direction, Lawan tells Nigerians. President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, says his 2023 presidential ambition was conceived to enable... President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawal, that should be Lawan. So President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, says his 2023 presidential ambition was conceived to enable him to change the lives of Nigerians. I am running for the presidency of the country to help me change the lives of the people for good. So he states the direction, according to the Senate President. Mr. Lawal, but it should be Lawan, I'm pretty sure. So Mr. Lawan said this on Friday when he paid a courtesy call on Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State in Calabar as part of his political tour to meet with delegates of the All Progressive Congress APC. He said that the welfare and security of Nigerians was topmost priority in his... He said that the welfare and security of Nigerians was topmost in in his agenda. Let's take that again. He said that the welfare and security of Nigerians was topmost priority on his agenda if given the presidential ticket of the ruling party. Mr. Lawal said as president, he would redefine the economy of the country from the over-dependence on oil and place a premium on agriculture. He said that, so that essentially that's almost verbatim Buhari's plan as well. So he said he wanted to move the country back to the farms. And this essentially is what this supposed educated one amongst the northerners is seen as the template as well. So back to the farms is an economic policy. Mr. Lawal said as president, he would redefine the economy of the country from the overdependence on oil and place a premium on agriculture. He said that Nigeria needs a personality that has the capacity, knowledge, and experience needed to govern the country. He observed that although the governor of Cross River State was also running for the presidential race, it was important for them to work as brothers. As politicians, we are brothers and sisters. That the governor of River State is also running for the office of president does not make us enemies. I wish to ask the governor of Cross River to give me the delegates from his state during the primaries. So just look at those two paragraphs. The governor that you are visiting, he is running for the post that you are vying for, and you are asking him to give you his delegates. So that is it. That is the purpose of the visit. As politicians, we're brothers and sisters. That the governor of Cross River State is also running for the office of president does not make us enemies. I wish to ask the governor of Cross River State to give me the delegates from his state during the primaries, he said. Responding, Mr. Ayade said, I am also going to work for you if you get the party's ticket. You have always stood by us as a state. So he's somewhat conceding his space. I wonder if that is a repeat somewhat of our Ojikalu, who very quickly ceded his ambition to this same Aboki in question. So that's that one. So onwards to the next, and still within the presidential space, Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. So I wonder now if he understands what restructuring means. Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto and People's Democratic Party PDP presidential aspirant says he will restructure Nigeria as well as ensure devolution of powers and fiscal federalism if elected president. I assure you by the grace of God, when we get the mandate of our party and we eventually win the elections, it is going to be a partnership between the federating units and the federal government at the center, Mr. Tambuwal said. Mr. Tambuwal said this on Friday in Asaba whilst consulting with PDP delegates in Delta ahead of the party primary. Continuing, the presidential aspirant said, it is high time we sat down and engage on how best we can achieve efficient management and governance of the country so that Nigeria can work for all of us. I also believe in devolution of powers and also giving more resources to states and local governments. I believe that for us to arrest the degenerating issue of insecurity in this country, we must revisit the issue of state police and strengthen the security architecture of communities and the state level to ensure lasting peace in the country. He said that the next president of the country must pay attention to the yearnings of Nigerians on restructuring, devolution of power, and fiscal federalism. Mr. Tambuwal said that without addressing the issue of restructuring and other constitutional amendments, the country cannot move forward. Tambuwal said that as a governor and former House of Representatives Speaker, that he understood all the issues bedeviling the Nigerian nation and assured that he would partner with relevant stakeholders to resolve and find lasting solutions to the country's problems. We must have a president that can speak to Nigerians, that can engage and discuss and find solutions to problems. All of these can be achieved if we have a president who understands the Constitution and has friends across the country to deliver the dividend of democracy to Nigerians, Mr. Tambuwal said. So there's nothing you can fault in all of the things that guy said. But then, of course, we're so jaded by the empty promises, especially the experience that we've just had from the Aboki from Daura. So another Aboki makes the same takiya, but we fall for it this time around. From that to this, Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as stipend to party delegates for primary elections. The People's Democratic Party PDP in Imo State has directed aspirants contesting for various elective offices to pay stipends to party delegates participating in the forthcoming party primaries. And it actually gives you a list. I may well share this screen. Let me share this screen with you because you need to see what is actually you need to see what is on the screen essentially, because it gives you a table of what the bribes should be. So it gives you a table of what the bribes should be. So Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as stipend to party delegates for primary elections. The People's Democratic Party PDP in Imo State has directed aspirants contesting for various elective offices to pay stipend to party delegates participating in the forthcoming party primaries. Secretary of PDP, Ray Amiana, disclosed this in a letter addressed to all the aspirants in the state. So on your screen now is the list, is the table of the bribes and how they should be allocated. So don't take my word for anything. You can see the PDP logo and you can see the bribes as it's being detailed. So House of Assembly, the bribe for that is 30,000 each. House of Representatives, 50,000 each. So House of Assembly will be the local houses in the states. So that gets 30,000 to the delegates. So House of Representatives, that is at the federal level. So that is 50,000 to each delegate. And for a person aspiring to be a senator, each delegate gets 80,000 naira. So there it is right there on your screen. Signed duly, Honorable Inze Ray Amiana, State Secretary. So there it is right there. So there's no confusing anything. So actually, let's read the content of that letter. Stipend to delegates. In view of the need to minimize cost of party primaries and conserve funds for the general election, the State Working Committee directs all aspirants to provide stipend only to enable delegates transport themselves to the venue of the primaries. So I'm pretty sure that transportation is expensive in Imo State, but at 30,000, 80,000 a journey, that seems somewhat steep. So there it is right there. According to Emiana, the directive was given to minimize the cost of the party primaries and conserve funds for the general election. Also, I've just read that. According to the party's directive, House of Representative aspirants are to pay each delegate 30,000 naira. House of Representative, so House of Assembly aspirants are to pay each delegate 30,000 naira. House of Representatives aspirants are to pay each delegate 50,000 naira, whilst senatorial aspirants are directed to pay 80,000 to each delegate. The party will frown seriously at any aspirant or delegate who violates this directive and attempts to convert the primary into a commercial venture. So don't try and outspend each other, essentially is what they're saying. So they set the bar for the bribery for the delegates, and they're inviting that nobody should exceed that. He, however, directed all state vice chairmen of the senatorial districts to appoint monitoring committees to ensure compliance and report any breach to the state chapter of the party. So there it is right there. They actually have a table of content for bribery and corruption. There it is right there, Nigerian politics. Nigerian High Court jails ex-president Jonathan's godson, George Tunar, 4 years. Justice A.T. Mohammed of the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt, Rivers State on Friday convicted and sentenced a godson of former President Goodluck Jonathan, George Tunar, to 4 years imprisonment. Tunar is also a former special assistant to Mr. Dan Abia, erstwhile managing director of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. Tunar, who was prosecuted by Port Harcourt's Zonal Command of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, between 2017 and 2022 for obtaining money by false pretenses, money laundering, and abuse of office, was jailed for failure to make full disclosure of his assets in his disclosure to the EFCC. He was arraigned together with his wife, Jennifer Tinipre Tunar, on 4 counts amended charges. A statement by Wilson Uwajere, EFCC spokesperson, said on Friday. One of the count charge reads that you, Judge Tunar, on or about the 15th of March 2017, at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, South Zonal Office, number 6, blah blah Road, Port Harcourt, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, knowingly failed to make full disclosure of your assets, to wit, your interest in one of the director and majority shareholders of Ashford Consult and Events Nigeria, sorry, let me take that again. One of the counts reads that you, George Tunar, on or about the 15th of March 2017 at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, South Zonal Office, number blah blah blah, Port Harcourt, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, knowingly failed to make full disclosure of your assets, to wit, your interest in one of the director and major shareholders of Ashford Consult and Events Nigeria Limited, in the asset declaration form you filled at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and thereby committed an offense contrary to Section 27 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Establishment Act 2004, and punishable blah blah blah. So it goes on to read all the counts. Justice Mohammed found him guilty on count 1 and 3, bordering on non-disclosure of assets, but discharged Jennifer on count 2 and 4 on grounds that the amended charges were not served on her properly in line with the law. Tunar Alab was sentenced to 2 years on each of the counts 1 and 3 for failure to make full disclosure of assets, blah 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 blah. Tunar and his wife, I'm just saying blah 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 because it gives you then some details that you don't really, the code sections of the law, etc. Tunar and his wife Jennifer were first arraigned on May the 16th, 2018, and rearranged on June the 18th, 2019, by the Economic Financial Crimes Commission on 4 count charges bordering on failure to make full disclosure of assets, and they pleaded not guilty. In the course of the trial, prosecution counsel I. Agu called several witnesses and presented several documents in court. In his judgment, Justice Mohammed said the prosecution established that the convict did not fully disclose his assets in the asset declaration form. And by the way, this law somewhat applies to Peter Obi as well, because there's a non-disclosure, which is the backdrop of that Pandora Papers narrative, which he was accused of not disclosing his assets, claiming then he did not know that he should disclose his assets. In his judgment, Justice Mohammed said the prosecution established that the convict did not fully disclose his assets in the asset declaration form he filled out at the EFCC. Against his declaration, the court found out that he was one of the directors and major shareholders of Ashford Consult and Events Nigeria Limited. So that's the legalese of it all, not really the substance. But the substance now, essentially, Goodluck Jonathan Godson jailed. So quite how they allowed that to happen, and what, if anything, this speaks to Goodluck Jonathan's politics, that remains to be established. But certainly, nothing is happens in isolation within Nigeria. So, yes, I'm just searching to see if I can. If I can find out a bit more about this guy, because I never knew him until this story popped up. So let me now land on this final readout, and then we see who is available to take it on. Court sentences Dane to death by hanging for killing Nigerian wife and daughter. Peter Nielsen, a Danish national, has been condemned to death by hanging for killing his Nigerian wife and daughter. Justice Bolanle Okikiolu of the Lagos State High Court on Friday convicted Mr. Nielsen, 54, on 2-count charges of murder. The charges were preferred against Mr. Nielsen by the Lagos State government. The Dane was charged with the death of his wife and singer Zainab and their 3-year-old daughter Petra. Lagos State government accused him of smothering Miss Zainab and Petra to death at 3:45 a.m. at number 4 flat 17 Bella Vista Towers, Banana Island, Ikoyi, Lagos. Mr. Nielsen was arraigned on June 13, 2018. He pleaded not guilty to the 2-count charge of murder, contrary to Section 223 of the Criminal Law of Lagos State. So there it is right there. So, well, I want to see what people are making of that. But so hopefully, yes, we do have people to take it on. So, Exiro, we see you. Baba Kure, we see you. Tony, we see you. And Sonny, we see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let me come to you first, Exiro. Hopefully, you are there to take it on. Are you ready, Exiro?
Yes, I'm here with you.
Brilliant. So, Exiro, I want to take you to that curious last story that I just read out. A Danish guy married to a Nigerian, smothered, according to what investigation revealed, both his wife and daughter to death, sentenced to death himself by hanging. So, what are you making of that first, as a curiosity, and then we'll see what we're making of it. So, what are you making of that, Exiro?
Yes, so that story, I think, first, that story is going to help us in Nigeria to define this aspect of our laws, which is open to death sentencing. I must tell you this, that the Danes will come for their son. They will seek to negotiate. Trust me on that. I'm in Scandinavia here, and I know that these people.
Yeah, but that is what that's why I really brought it. So I'm looking to see how that plays out.
They will come for their son.
Right. And when they come, what happens?
Yes, there are many ways they can come for their son. One, it's not in contention that the guy killed. It's been proven that he killed his wife and child. But they will come for their son in the guise of not allowing death sentence, as in pleading amnesty for the guy for his sentencing to be commuted to life, to life sentence instead of death sentence. And then it's just a pity that Buhari's tenure will be ending, because we would have loved to see how Buhari reacts to this. I'm foreseeing a situation where another government takes over and then they negotiate with the government of Denmark to transfer this guy back to his country through the back door, because that's what Nigerian politicians do, because they don't respect the Nigerian citizens. They don't value the Nigerian life. I think.
Would Nigerians be accepting of that? Would you be accepting of that? This guy killed 2 people. They've investigated and found him culpable. The court has pronounced death by hanging. Would he, because of Oyinbo's skin, then walk away? Would you be accepting of that?
Of course, we will not. We are not accepting of the fact that he should be released to Denmark. But I'm telling you that things will happen through the back door. Trust me on this. You will just hear it will just be a total silence. Nobody will hear about this guy. The next thing you know, if somebody does not see him in Denmark, you will not know he has been released through some arrangement. And it's always a selfish arrangement because it is not. I don't see the diplomacy. I don't see what Denmark has to offer us. In fact, Denmark...
Because we have to presume that he's emboldened to do this thing that he did, knowing full well that because he's a Dane, he will get away with it.
Yes.
That the worst that will happen is he will go to prison maybe for a few months and then he will just go and look for another victim to marry.
I think in the whole of Scandinavia, there's nowhere they practice death sentencing. So these guys... And one thing you should know about the Scandinavians is they are spoiled. And in this guy's particular country, the national, these nationalist parties, the nationalist party is in charge. The parties that don't like immigrants, you understand? And they have this law that makes life difficult. I mean, kind of stiff for people to integrate, easily into that country. That's how far they've gone against immigrants. So I tell you that their government is going to come for him. I don't support death sentencing. I think whatever his crime, the worst he can get should be life sentencing. But I think the Danish government will not want this guy to be in a Nigerian prison. That is what I am very sure will happen. Mark my words. One day we will come back here.
I'm not keen on death sentencing either, but I want that signal to be sent that you cannot, because I'm of the thought that he very much because you can say that he was in a fight with his wife and he overpowered her and then through his strength accidentally. But then when he killed the daughter as well, then that tells you that it was a premeditated thing and he was intent on killing. So if he was intent on killing, he's not looking to lose his wife, but he's saying, I have a white skin, I can kill this lady and nothing will happen to me. And if nothing happens to him, it validates that assertion even more. So if he pays that price that the court has pronounced and that makes news wherever they are, then maybe that will caution that mindset a bit.
And then one thing I'm wondering is, the Danish people don't normally live outside. Their country is so beautiful, they want to stay there. So what kind of Dane is this guy? Then again, I've seen his picture and I see he's a pure Dane. He's not a guy that naturalized or one of these people from maybe Syria or Afghanistan. He's a pure Dane. I've seen his picture. So I'm suspecting
you can tell from his name.
No, even from his look, I can see he's a pure breed. That's why I say they're coming to rescue him. It's not one of those like us now who are, who they can easily forget. Like Nnamdi Kanu, who the British don't want to even fight for. This one is a pure Dane, pure blood. They are coming for him. Trust me on that. They are coming for him.
All right, we see how that plays out. But like you said, I too am not keen on a death penalty, only because of instances of miscarriages of justice.
Yes.
So because it's not something you can reverse if you then feel you have made a mistake. So, but if it is proven categorically that this guy did this heinous thing, then I would look the other way and and suspend my whatever it is.
If you should also remember, coming from the ambassador of Nigerians to Scandinavia, Nigerians, you hardly hear of Nigerians in crime in Scandinavia. Coming from the ambassador, the former ambassador's mouth, they bear. So you can't see Nigerians committing such crimes like this. That you will say, okay, tomorrow the Danish want to do an exchange. They give you one prisoner, they take their son. So I don't think. It is just an interesting story. I just want to see how this plays.
It's a tiny little country. What weight do they have? Less than 6 million.
Yeah. But they've rushed to they've rushed to implement some immigration laws, not wanting foreigners. That kind of that.
Who even wants to live there? It's an implement. It's very cold. The terrain very rocky and hilly.
Exactly.
It's just a.
Exactly.
Who wants to live there?
Who wants to live? If not that Nigeria is we're just waiting for Nigeria to be good. Who wants to come out?
I've never had a thought of visiting Scandinavia ever. Maybe Iceland, to see that aurora. That's something that like some I can't recall what it's called. Maybe to see that as a spectacle. But
now that you mentioned Iceland, because we in the course of doing some things, we went to a Nigerian in Iceland. They have only about 100 Nigerians in Iceland. That's to tell you how.
Yes, and we have Nigerians in Afghanistan, but they don't live in Iceland.
Only 100, only 100 or less than 100. So.
All right. Is it making news there in Scandinavia? Is it something that people are talking about?
That's why I said it is going to be interesting. Now that they've sentenced him, it will make news. Now the news will go viral. Yeah, but it's not making news now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Xero. So police begin manhunt for foreigners.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Xero, are you in Denmark?
I'm in Scandinavia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
So Scandinavia sweeps up Denmark.
No, we share a border with Denmark. We share.
But I think Sweden is their daddy, isn't it? Sweden is their daddy.
Of course, Sweden is the big brother of every one of them.
Yeah.
We are the biggest, and we are the nicest.
Well, you have the prettiest girl. Are they all blonde, as the myth has it in Sweden? Are the girls all blonde?
Not all blonde, but they are majority blonde, especially when you move out of the cities, when you go to
naturally blonde or blonde from the bottom.
Oh my God, there's even red hair. You would need to see this with these girls.
Redhead is the equivalent of a fin, like a mulatto. They are somewhat more. Yeah, but
But they have it.
And do they run around naked as the myth has it?
You need to come here. You need to come here summer and you see for yourself.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I have a friend there, like I said, Oscar. So let me take you then to the Nigerian space. So that Okada narrative. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. So there's a retinue of our foreign nationals. I was surprised that there are Beninese. So this is the list really of who constitutes Nigerians, Togolese, Beninese, and Chadians. So that's the Okada economy in Nigeria there. In Lagos there, but not at all a Nigerian of any note. So what are you then making of these illegal immigrants constituting a nuisance to the Nigerian space? Should they be swept up then and sent back to the Sahel?
I will not want to use that language. I would rather say it's a challenge to the Nigerian immigration authorities to fine-tune their modus operandi. Because I am a foreigner in a different country, I would not like it if a police stops me and asks me for my ID. I feel that's invasion of my privacy. But like I said, it's a challenge to the immigration. The Nigerian immigration should man up to the challenge, devise a method of identifying people, and make them, if they're illegals, there should be a process to legalizing their coming into the country. You don't just pick people and then throw them back.
I doubt if they were stamped into the country. Would you suspect that they were not stamped into the country, that the immigration services is not aware of the Chadian and the Nigerian? Of course, they're there illegally. How else would they be there?
Yes, that's why I said the immigration has to be challenged. There's a porous immigration office. There's a porous immigration modus operandi where even some people speak the local languages here and they allow them in. They know fully well these are not Nigerian citizens, but some of these people accept them as their brothers, like the Fulani ones. Of course, they agree at the top that these are Nigerians, that Fulanis are from everywhere are free to enter in and out of Nigeria. So, but I don't know how the other ones came in. I'm hearing for the first time that there are Togolese in Nigeria. Where are these ones coming from?
Oh, it's easier to enter Nigeria. They're in Lagos now, so it's easier to enter Lagos from Togo. Yes.
I'm hearing that for the first time because I thought Nigerians are running to Togo, and all those other countries. I'm surprised that they are running to Nigeria. Is it that there's a
No, there's a huge, all this artisan, that PVC or P something or the other that they do on the roof of the house.
Yeah.
That's the Togolese do that.
Okay.
Most of the people that do that are Togolese. The
Wow.
construction economy in Lagos State is a good percentage of Togolese. The carpentry, the masonry, a lot of them. They even travel as far as the east. When
Wow.
people come in, they are highly skilled.
Wow.
Some people even come from Cameroon, but
Wow.
they are passing through Nigeria to go to maybe cross to Europe.
Wow.
Mm.
Cameroon that was very, very vibrant before. Anyways, these are things that are happening. We have to look at also I think there's a new West African rule that states that people are free to migrate to any African country as long as they have the valid documents. It's a free.
That's a ludicrous concept. That's essentially a borderless.
Yes,
yes.
West Africa. They planned that borderless West Africa for a long time. I think it was about time to start.
Nigeria will just be subsumed now. Everybody will come to Nigeria.
I said that one time on your program. I said that the government has not prepared the Nigerian entrepreneur enough for there to be a free movement of goods and services and people. Because there are other countries, small countries that are more prepared that will jam-pack Nigeria with their products. I said that one time here. So I think that there's something going on that they plan to make the borders free for West Africans to move, just like they do here in Europe. But I don't know how they intend to go about it. I don't know if they've started already. But of course, it's easy for people to come into Nigeria from every angle. The borders are just porous. You can even bribe your way in. Nobody checks. That's the truth. Nobody checks.
All right. So still on that Scandinavian space, Alexander Gomez super chats. In my younger days, Scandinavian women were a fashion statement for us blacks in London. Their women are gorgeous and curvaceous. So yes, in Alexander's younger days, Scandinavian women were a fashion statement for the blacks in London. Their women are gorgeous and curvaceous. So thank you for the super chat. Yeah? You know about girls? You want to talk about girls? Are you sure? Are you sure, Charles? Are you sure? Are you sure?
I will tell you something. One man. I will tell you something, one man.
Go on.
That statement is true.
Yes.
Since Scandinavian, not just their women, their men are also good looking, tall. In fact, it's a competition.
No, they are good looking for Europeans, but their women, they are good looking just on a global human level.
Yeah.
But isn't it for all European countries? They have good women in all European countries. I know what they eat healthy in those countries.
There was a time that thank you, Charles. There was a time X0 that, and this was 10, 15 years ago, that it was just the fashion that as a black man you have to be dating a white girl. But I think that has faded out somewhat. That's no longer a currency. Black now they date more exotic people like Latin Americans, people of a darker shade, but more so black women now. Do you think that I would say obsession of the black man for the white woman? Do you think that has petered out somewhat? Because I seem to be noticing that.
Yes. There's a consciousness that is going around that is still in its progression. That after a while, you figure out that there's actually no need for you to worship a white woman. You just have to somehow at some point even you begin to want to go back to a black woman because it becomes like a thing of you get tired at a point that wow, this thing is no longer fitting in. I don't know how to put it. After a while with a white woman, you look like you are how there's this word, you are let down to the black community.
There was a time that if you as a black man you are walking down the road with a white woman, people will stare at you, and you'll be conscious that people are staring at you. It's no longer nobody even sees it anymore now. You don't even care. Nobody cares at all. Even you even see gay people, you don't even look. But there was a time that the black women, they will give you dirty looks. The black guys, they will say, yes, that's some of our fetishism there, and then you can see the judgmental looks that you get.
Yeah. At some point, you can't take them to the black community because there's too much judgment. There's too much judgment. Yeah.
Woman, can I come in? Can I interject?
Yeah. Go on, Tony.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. So, regarding that aspect, I think, so you must have to say the reason is that the white woman is very lovely with her family before a baby comes into play. Once a baby is being born, then from that second, problem starts. You will be paying, and then sometimes you are not. So you are ejected from the house. Because their social system. So so you'll be paying until then you get fed up. And that is one of the things. Then regarding these Scandinavian people, they are the best set of people. Before Italy and Spain recently. Or lately, because Scandinavian people, please, God bless them. You have to be saying the fact, because in this woman show, we are here to speak the truth to power here. Because Scandinavia, they rescued many black people, even including Dr. Abba. You know what I'm saying? When you come to Germany or Austria, they will just kick you out. You can't even marry in Germany back in the days. So it's only Scandinavia you can go to without a passport. They will still marry you. So whenever something goes wrong, that man that kill our citizen is just one, in a maybe 10 million. But Scandinavian people, please, God bless them, because most of my family also, they are there. When you don't have a way here in England or in Holland or whatever, Scandinavia is the best place. It's the only place where they value you as a black person.
Yes. All right. Let's stay with thank you, Tony. Let's stay with Xero still, and have Xero then give us his interpretation of what this guy means. I want to be president to change your lives. So this is Ahmed Lawan, the Senate president. He came lately into the presidential race and is somewhat meandering through the campaign tours, visiting delegates. There's no real pump or verve to his campaign, as though he was relying on something else. But he goes to Cross River State to ask for the delegates there, knowing full well that the Cross River State governor is also in that race. So that's one. But that language then that he's going to make Nigerians' lives better. So what do you understand then of that language coming from an element like this, Xero?
Well, Ahmed Lawal he depicts a picture of weakness to me. He's not a man of his words. He has shown that he cannot withstand pressure, and is a Buhari lieutenant. Ahmed Lawal coming into this game, yes, he will start. It might be the strongest opposition the other contenders will face, because if he gets it right with the Southeastern delegates, he might be on his way scaling through. But the Ahmed Lawan that we know was the Senate president of the weakest Senate ever in the history of Nigeria. They approved every bad loan. These people are the people that destroyed Nigeria today. The Senate accepted Buhari's budget without even when Buhari was reading the budget and was mentioning how much is budgeting for the Senate, you see the senators and Ahmed Lawan's cohorts singing Buhari's praise, yay, in the Senate House. When Buhari that's when you know that this Buhari that you are seeing is not completely gone. There's something in his head. When he was reading the budget, the part of the budget that was for the Senate, and he looked up at the Senate, he was expecting their cheers, and they cheered him up. So this guy chaired a Senate that was like a loose end. They didn't guide our interests. They allowed Buhari a free movement to rape Nigeria and turn Nigeria into what it is today. All the loans that this current Buhari administration took were approved by this Senate. They did not do their homework. I don't know how many laws were passed. The what's that petroleum law? What's it called again? It was wishy-washy. They didn't allow it go straight. They did some kind of amendment to the law. That law that we have been expecting for how many years, that Buhari finally passed, but he didn't pass it until they made some amendments that made the law useless. The petroleum, what's it called? I've forgotten that law, that document, that paper that we fought all through from the days of I think Obasanjo to GOODLUCK, and then Buhari approved it after they made some corrections. That's why they approved that money should be paid to communities in the north that don't have oil, will never have oil, but they budgeted how much is it? 100% to those communities to prospect oil, to look for oil in the north. These are where our monies have been going to. You know that there will never be oil.
You know, they budgeted $1 billion for that.
Yes.
And yes. Nothing's come out of it.
Nothing is coming out.
Outside of hearing the announcement that $1 billion was budgeted for in that plateau region to find oil, we heard nothing saying. So if they found it and kept it to themselves, or they just looted the money, nobody knows.
I've forgotten that document, what it was called, the pan something document. They made the communities derivation policy. They now reduced it further in some kind of arithmetic that made the whole thing look just a waste. So if they're drilling oil from your community, instead of you to get the 13% derivative, you are not getting, I think, 3% or something.
Yeah, 3.5%. Yes. We covered it here. We covered it here. Yeah.
Much lesser. These guys made Nigeria, and then communities that didn't have oil, just because they are drilling oil, you are pumping money from this same law. If they give 3% to communities that have oil after destroying the environment, you will now give another percent that is more than that to communities that don't have anything to do with oil.
I think they actually get in the double-digit percentage.
Yes.
And the cloud states under some oil narrative.
Yes.
But it's a real wonder the Nigerian space, you know.
It is this guy, this guy that's coming out for president now. It was him that approved those things. And sometimes they are approving laws while the southeastern members of the House are not present. You know, they go. So this is the same guy that's coming for presidency. So you now understand what he's coming to do. He's coming to solidify and maintain status quo the way Buhari left.
Well, he's already made that clear. He says he wants to diversify the Nigerian economy from a dependence on oil to agriculture. The exact same template that Buhari came in. Who said he wants to send people to the farms. So the food is at the highest it's ever been in that country in price. So that means that there's no agricultural policy that's you know. So, and then they go and do some fake rice pyramid where they start bags of sand. Yes. Baba Kure, yes. Let's hear from you.
Okay, now there's something that you did mention that they earmark some, I think maybe $20 million US to be looking for oil well in the northern part of Nigeria.
I think
is that right?
$1 billion, yeah.
Okay. I think I heard about it a little bit sometimes. I think it was last year or year before the last. And based on this, if that information is true, I want to believe that the reason why northern part of Nigeria still like one leg in, one leg out in Nigeria is because of that, because they have not dictated that. And I can tell you, they dictated that, this issue of, okay, let everybody go on their separate way, I strongly believe they will be the person that will champion itself. Because I think it is because of that oil in the southern part of Nigeria, particularly in the Port Harcourt area and so, I think that is one of the main reasons why they still want Nigeria to be together. Because I don't see any reason why they have to use about $20 billion US to go and looking for oil well in the northern part of Nigeria. In the southern part of Nigeria, mostly in Port Harcourt, it was dictated Not that somebody force it on that area, or they have to dig hole before they can find it. It was there naturally. So for them to be budgeting 20 billion, so they want to get that oil, and they mean they get it, where they will have said, okay, well, we have to go right now. I think that is the reason, because that is the motive behind that. If you believe in one Nigeria, why do you have to spend 20 billion looking for oil well? Because I still don't, I think I can't comprehend it.
Baba Akure, I think there's even gas in Lagos.
What do you mean gas in Lagos? When was that detected?
Gas reserves. I'll search and post the link now.
But most times when you discover oil, there's almost gas around.
Yes.
And so,
but and oil was discovered in Lagos. Yes.
This is why.
But they have gold now in Zamfara, so why can't they?
They keep that to themselves now. It's not for you now. It's for
no, we don't. I want all of them to discover something so that this thing can be fast.
And this is why.
What do you want to be fast?
We have Run Nation now.
Let me tell you something.
This is why I kind of feel sad for the Ijaw people. I kind of feel sad for them. You know why?
So repeat that.
This is why I kind of feel sad for the Ijaw people. Do you know why I say that?
Go on.
Because their land will be polluted by the government. The government have done anything about it, and they don't make any money from the oil. I'm sad for that. I'm sad for that try.
They do get. They make money from the oil. They get these derivatives from the oil.
Yeah, but this polluted. People are drinking oil water from the river. This is sad. I'm sorry. I think the Europeans need to fight for the white. They need to fight for the white. That's what I believe. They need to fight for the white.
Yeah, no, they used to have all this Niger Delta defense, something or the other, but they were fighting for their rights, right? Rather, and they eventually got bought off.
Yeah, but to me, it's heartbreaking when you see the Ijaw people live in this situation. It's heartbreaking.
It's not just the Ijaws. In fact, every other community, even Lagos is going to face it. You see the ocean in Lagos. Dangote refinery is going to kill it very soon. We are just entering that space in Lagos. This ocean life in Lagos is about to be destroyed.
What are you making of the rush to go and buy land next to that? Everybody is rushing there to go and buy land.
That's stupidity, because people are going to get cancer. You're not buying land near a refinery. In Western world, people don't buy land near a refinery. They run away from those places. But you are steeping yourself in, because the water is going to get polluted. Definitely, I know that for sure.
And there'll be chemical flarings.
Yes.
That will go into the lungs of people.
Yes.
People will mutate into something.
Nigerians
Maybe they start growing extra limbs or something.
Nigerians never learn.
Hold on, Charles. Let me show you.
Gone by sea level wise. Science predicting 50 years, and it's probably too.
You don't speak up enough for anybody to hear what you say.
Science predict life will be gone by water by 50 years. Life will be gone by the sea, and that's true. Scientists predict that sea level wise.
All right. Let me show you that they are not suffering in the Delta regions, the Jaws. This is what they look like. So they are not suffering. Can you see that? Does that look like a suffering man to you? Look at that. Oh my God. Is this even a human being?
One man. We are doing a story actually in a friend of mine is doing her final thesis in university, and this is the project she's doing. You know, some of the, if not all, most of the chiefs in the Niger Delta have been bought off by the oil companies. Their land, she used a drone when she went to Nigeria to cover some of the areas that were destroyed, polluted. Even the waters, they couldn't drink. I'm telling you, this is a Niger Delta is gone.
You can't even breathe. It will take 100 years for that land to cleanse.
Yes, you can't. And even in Port Harcourt, they are fighting for the soul of Port Harcourt, this APC. You know that every time there's suit, that you can't wear white in that state.
And if you can't wear white, and that is the air that you breathe.
Yes.
So that tells you already that
what's in the lungs.
Yes.
You know.
No, there's a particular place in Port Harcourt, my brother.
Okay.
Not Port Harcourt, River State. That side of is like towards the southern side part of rivers. That place.
Okay.
There's a place they have that suit problem.
Okay, but that's where you can see the visible one. What about the invisible one?
Yeah, there's definitely something in the air. I think so.
Yeah.
If they do some analysis there, I'm sure they will find something in the air.
It's just like Lagos. When you pass through that Ojota, you know that place they burn refuse. The whole of that area down to Ojota smells like that. There is, you know, that there's a pandemic waiting to, an epidemic waiting to happen, if not happening every day. You know that these people don't care. The leaders don't care. You know, the leaders don't
Quickly,
care.
I don't want to take you guys back, but that 30% derivation, it was passed in the Senate for them to approve 30% derivation for the North to search for oil in the North. But the problem is they all voted. BRIBE already tried to stop the vote, but on the day of the vote, 10 Eastern senators didn't vote. They were in Ubik Kubana's mother's burial.
But this
And
is
all
it
the
now.
Northern,
You don't know why. You don't know why the Easterners. You don't know why they are chasing those leaders. They don't want to see them.
hold on, now let me finish. All the Northern governor, either PDP, regardless of the party, PDP or APC, they all stood together and vote that bill to law. And then they gave the South 3%, and they voted 30% to themselves. I watched that vote live on Senate ground. It was
You watch the
so
vote that 10
disgusting.
Easterners were in Obi Kubana's mother's burial.
Yes, Seleodu, I can
Yeah,
call
well, this
their
is
names.
what they
I mean, look at the name he's calling Stella
Salah,
Odu.
I can catch the name. People that didn't vote. It's there. The list is there.
He said they watched it now in CBD.
I watch the vote is there. Check the public. I don't say what I don't know.
I'm
Check
not
the
trying
public
to
space.
undermine your character, but please, every time you either watching something.
CBD, why you always take things personal? I said,
okay.
BRIBE really tried. He was screaming, he was pulling vote, but 10 senators from the South didn't vote yes or no.
You saw all the cows now that they give
to. Is it from the east or from the south?
From the east. They said
10 of them are the east.
If that's the case, then that's the case. You don't have to
What
label it.
no, he said from the east, then he said from the
East.
south. So
Yes,
I'm asking him from
said
where
that it was
exactly.
North and South. It was North and South, and the 10 that didn't vote, they
How
were not in
does
the
it diminish the east? Anyway, let's move from there. But so
that bill was the petroleum industry bill.
Yes.
They really made it a mess. The bill that was under observation since the days of Obasanjo to Jonathan, it went to during Buhari tenure. They just diluted the bill and made it a mess. And that's.
But at least we would have stopped it. The South could have stopped it.
Yes, they all took money now. It's money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, let me tell you. The
leave in CBD alone because he'll come back and then he'll turn into. Let's get back to world peace, and then I'll move you swiftly to another talking point. So this, I say, another talking point, but not a new really talking point. Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. So play it again, Sam. How many times have we heard this song? How many times have we danced this dance? And it usually ends in him, of course, telling us that what does restructuring even mean? But then if you... Actually, I need to reread that because there's nothing that this guy says that you would disagree with, except, of course, now that cynicism that has been through just traumatic experience have been beaten into us within Nigerian space. It says, Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State and People's Democratic Party PDP presidential aspirant says he will restructure Nigeria as well as ensure devolution of powers and fiscal federalism if elected president. I assure you by the grace of God, when we get the mandate of our party and we eventually win the elections, it is going to be a partnership between the federating unit and the federal government at the center, Mr. Tambuwal said. So no disagreement with that, of course, but that, of course, he would not do. Mr. Tambuwal said this on Friday in Asaba whilst consulting with PDP delegates in Delta State ahead of the party primaries. Continuing, the presidential aspirant said, it is high time we sat down and engage on how best we can achieve efficient management and governance of the country so that Nigeria can work for all of us. I also believe in devolution of powers. and also giving more resources to the state and local government. So these are the talking points that everybody's talking about. I believe that for us to arrest the degenerating issue of insecurity in this country, we must revisit the issue of state police and strengthen the security architecture of communities and the state level to ensure lasting peace in the country. So state police, of course, another go-to area. And then he said the next president of the country must pay attention to the yearnings of Nigerians on restructuring, devolution of powers, and fiscal federalism. Mr. Tambuwal said without addressing the issue of restructuring and other constitutional amendments, the country cannot move forward. Tambuwal said as Kano State Governor and former House of Representatives Speaker that he understood all the issues bedeviling Nigeria as a nation and assured that he would partner with relevant stakeholders to resolve and find lasting solutions to the country's problems. So there is not one single thing that I would disagree in what he said, but of course, we've heard this song before, X0.
Yeah, you know, I don't know what Tambuwal is trying to do. You know, he should know that we have heard this song before from a much more respectable person, or so we thought, and he didn't yield any fruit. What is he coming with now? Is he constituting the board before he gets into office? The last person that promised us this, after 6 months, he went into office 6 months after being in office. No, he didn't appoint any member of cabinet. Tambuwal, I don't want to sound like I'm always on the negative side, but Tambuwal to me is like another El-Rufai. You left your party during the Jonathan days. He was one of those who wanted to fell the gates of the National Assembly when they were locked out. You know, they were the part of the new PDP that packed all the power of PDP and went into APC. You know, I didn't know how he managed to get himself back to the PDP again. And then he fails to understand that there's an arrangement in PDP. He's now fighting like he said in one of those their meetings, let's get power first, then we talk about the arrangement. No. Stick to the arrangement. Not had their chance. Now it's the time of the South. But let's not go there. This new promise that he's making, I mean, Nigerians, we are not new to this kind of promises now. We are not new to these promises. Him making this kind of statements just to gain sympathy. We're not new to these things. We know that the Nigerian politician...
Maybe he should define to us what restructuring means first.
Yeah.
Because that's the go-to, isn't it? That they don't now know. So pardon me. He has to explain to us what his understanding of restructuring means. We actually have to perfect that narrative before the election so that nobody is then confused on what the conversation is.
Of course, he's just singing a song that he knows that the South wants to listen to. But then in practice, how is he going to go about that without his Northern brothers chewing him alive? So no Northerner should come and talk to me about restructuring, just as a white man cannot talk to a black man about racism. No Northerner should open his mouth and speak about restructuring, because it is something that will never favor him if they go through that process objectively. They stand to lose, and they know it. So you can't come out and tell me you want to restructure Nigeria. That means you want to shoot yourself in the foot. Let a Southerner talk about it, I will listen. But the Northerner coming here to talk about restructuring is like telling me he will willfully give us what we deserve, which we know they can't. They can't. You cannot allow Niger Delta to control their oil, will you? Look at the way the country is because of the North. They cited refineries in the North just to please them. Just to please them.
Is that not the most stupid thing?
That's the most stupid thing.
Like zero, the cost of the pipeline alone, and then the vulnerability of the pipeline is always being vandalized. How is this as an idea, X0? This is just an idea. I'll just dismiss it if it doesn't make sense. Why don't you just cite the refineries next to where the oil is?
That's what we're saying.
Is that not this? Is that does it even need you go and put it in Kaduna
Yeah,
and then
that's
you
what I'm saying,
do
you know?
pipelines
You
at
know?
billions of dollars,
You
which
know?
is then vandalized by people who feel aggrieved. Just
I've
total
passed
nonsense.
the stage where I want to be politically correct. I want to speak the truth so that if you like it or not, don't just like me. I don't care. But let me just tell you so that you go back home and reason it out. In the world of business, industries are sited close to raw materials. How is it economical to site an industry far from the raw material? That means you were trying to incur cost of transportation, and then cost of labor will be increased. Why not site it close to the raw material so that you spend less? These guys have overburdened this country because of stupidity and a federal character that they can never practice. A white man cannot talk to me about racism. A northerner cannot talk to me about restructuring. It's a no-no. That is the pure truth as I understand it. If they want to say, no, they're this and that, I don't care. People can spew whatever they like. But the truth is, every northerner should campaign with another strategy. But coming to talk to me about restructuring is a pure lie that he cannot do. Because if he goes that way, the North will come heavily, they will come down heavily on him. And we know that these people are monarchical by nature. They respect their monarchies. Once they get into power now,
Feudal,
not
monarchical, feudal.
Feudal, thank you, feudal. He will bow to their sultan, and the sultan will also bow to their general Fulani head in which other country that one is, you know. So I don't buy those pure lies. It's just a pure lie, you know.
All right, thank you, Xero. So we have a rare appearance from the mighty Mr. Akashi, so who has braved the shores of Nigeria to return in victory. So Alexander, good to have you.
Good to have you, one man. I always come based on particular. Oh, I'm with some people, so it's a bit loud. I came based on a particular scenario which I wasn't able to be available for. I want to apologize to World Peace based on the fact that was I don't know how I can handle it myself because I'm a very instinctive person, and I'm sorry for what happened in regards to the way you were.
You mean Pansat?
You know Pansat, one man. I always tell you a message, watch Pansat. And I'm sorry for that situation, and it wasn't encouraging for me. I was discouraged by
you know, Alexander, I wonder why he does that. It's not a kid. It's not as though it's some person, some child that you have to make excuses for, that he lacks the maturity or the functioning or world experience. I just crass, loose language every single time. You are here. You know how many times have I banned that guy?
So many times.
If we go and come under another IP address, I'll say, okay, maybe the penny has dropped. And as soon as you let him onto the screen, he will say, oh, is my mic working? Just say you want to. It's already irritating me when he's saying, oh, is my mic working? I just want to. You say you want to interject. Don't say so. Just these little games. And then you allow him the space and he just launches at people.
That is a typical person who likes to manipulate people's character. But anyway, I am very sorry, World Peace. I wasn't able to be around that time. I would have come online. It doesn't matter. I would have come on screen to debunk all the statements. But I'm sorry for that. And let it go back to the normal session. Because I would project in things when it gets extreme. I always like to come on screen.
All right. So that's
please, can I say hello to Alexandra? Church.
Don't attack him, because
no, Church. Alexandra, I can't do Church. Jidobre.
Okay. It's called Dobrovechu because it's evening. Oh, you see, you speak Polish. Oh, bad as adoption. Okay.
Versus Deutsch, the Sprechen Deutsch.
Tack.
Good, danke.
It's nice talking to everybody. And let me give a special can I get 1 minute to greet people? Just
yeah,
1 minute.
Of course.
One minute.
Go on, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to give a special shout out to Baba Kure. You know, Baba Kure is always looking majestic every time. Every time he's always looking majestic. I want to give a special shout out to Ajele Koko. I want to give a special shout out to
just on that Baba Kure. He's looking more handsome every day. Maybe he's trying to intimidate his wife.
No.
I don't know. Are you trying to intimidate your wife? You are trying to intimidate that. Look, you better up your game because I'm still.
Woman, remember the first time we met Baba Kure? He was in a room. He moved to a place. Now he came with flag and everything. Yes. Baba Kure has changed from
Baba Kure lives in a mansion now. If you see the size of his house, you
will. And I want to say, NCBD is my guy. I swear, yes. I love NCBD. And I want to say a special shout out to also Exiro. Exiro always has the time to give some words of wisdom. And rational mind, I didn't have the chance for you, man. But anyway, I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate everybody's time they spend here. I'll always be looking out for everybody, and I appreciate everybody. Have a fantastic day, one man. I will be on the background as usual.
Thank you,
Alexander.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, thank you, Alexander. You were doing so well until you gave commendations to NCBD. He's still on probation, but
it's a prince.
He's a prince.
A rabbi.
A rabbi.
And a Nupe chief.
All right. Thank you, Alexander. So that was Alexander. He just makes reappearances, just really to just to give the thumbs up to the platform. So let me go. Oh, actually, do you know? Let me just brief commentaries on this, and then I'll go on to Baba Kure. This space now, it's almost like they've institutionalized bribery in Nigeria, and they've even now benchmarked amounts of money for bribery. Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as stipends to party delegates for primary elections. So for the House of Assembly, 30,000 each delegates get. House of Representatives at the federal level, 50,000, and then the Senate is 80,000. And they are saying this is transportation. So if you add it all together, because each person gets to vote for all those spaces, so that is well in excess. That's close to 160,000 naira. So I know transportation is expensive in Imo State, but 160,000 naira Exiro.
One man, why are you acting like you don't know what's going now?
You know now. Man must shop.
I will see go shop. I will see go shop. This is just broad daylight criminality that we the people of Nigeria. Are we not just helpless? What can we do now? We see the APC and their 100 million. I think they in total they donated. Who said that was 26 point something billion or something?
No, it's 2.6 billion. Not
2.6 billion. Okay, yeah. And ASU is on strike. When will they stop maltreating Nigerians? ASU is on strike, but you can donate 2.6 billion just for your party activities. So you guys individually had these monies. Where are these monies coming from? And then we hear about the Imo State in their own little way, trying to raise money for delegates. Is that not bribery? It's like if you give somebody money and you are involved in a race, is the person not inclined towards favoring you? So what there's no explanation for this. It's just pure, criminality. That we have already gone past that we have accepted already because we cannot do nothing. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Who is going to police them?
Yes, this is the it's when we get to that point. Exiro, that is the point of surrender. You see what you just said there. That is the point of surrender. That realization is the point of surrender, and that is where then you say, okay, God will judge. Yes. Because if you look at all these things that Buhari does, and you think who is going to correct it? No, then you realize that there is actually, he controls all the instruments that should correct him.
Yes.
So he can act at will like some emperor.
Yes.
You know,
right.
Have people killed, do whatever.
Yes.
No repercussions, nothing to hold him to account.
Yeah, and I think that is the more reason why everybody wants to be president now, because they just realized the enormous powers that a president can have, a Nigerian president can have. During the days of Obasanjo and the days of Jonathan, there were no-go areas. Okay, they will not do certain things because the uproars of the people. Buhari made everybody realize that you can virtually do anything and get away with it. You can even make the INEC of the heads of the INEC commission to come from your very Katsina state or your very own house, and nothing will happen.
Look at this this example. Abubakar Malami, he sacked Ibrahim Magu as FCC chairman. He then appointed his own cousin from Kebbi State as the chairman of EFCC. He then moved EFCC from independence and placed it under his portfolio, he being one of the most alleged corrupt persons within that administration. And you are waiting for something or somebody to stop it. And then you realize that it cannot be stopped. And that is the point of surrender, the hopelessness of it.
Hopelessness. And that's why some people resort to, non-state action. Because if you wait, who are you waiting for? You're waiting for the state to arrest itself and then prosecute itself? No, it will never happen. And then we the people, what are we going to do? We protest? They shoot. So what in essence they want the people to do is to sit, keep quiet and watch while they ruin your life, and you will do nothing about it. Look at the scenario for yourself. Nothing is going to be done if we don't do something. How do we do something? The courts. Buhari put his brother. He put his brother in communication, the Pantami guy. He put his brother in as Attorney General. He put his brother as INEC chairman. He appointed all the
police chief.
Everybody. He appointed his brothers everywhere, and everybody realized that wow.
If Buhari commits a crime, if Buhari commits a crime in Nigeria, who will arrest him?
Are you asking me if he commits a crime? Or he has already committed the crime.
No, but I'm just saying, if he does commit a crime, who will arrest him?
Of course.
Is it a Kali Baba that will go and arrest him? Or is it Ibrahim? Is it what is it, Bawa? Who will arrest him? So you see, absolute power.
Yeah,
absolute power.
Absolute power destroy. Absolute power corrupt, absolutely. But you guys should understand all this power they give to Buhari. Before Buhari leave office, 3 months before Buhari leave office, he will reduce all those powers because he would want that power to go to the next president.
No, it's not the power. He can't do that because those powers he got off the constitution.
No. When I mean, not like the reduce. I mean, those offices they put under. So just some offices before they put under him and. Directly under him, like this of the EFCC under the Attorney General.
Yeah, if he changes it, the next guy can just do it again now. The Constitution allows
that's the
it.
plan now. But
so that's the absoluteness of the power.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. But the next guy, will he have that chance? They will only substitute that guy now.
What do you mean have that chance? You know, when they appointed Ibrahim Magu as the EFCC chairman, the INEC rejected him. And which to then step him down because you have to be confirmed by INEC. But Buhari then decided that he was going to be in an acting capacity, and he was in an acting capacity for about 3-4 years, and nobody could do anything.
Was it INEC or the National
Senate?
Sorry, the Senate. Yeah, they rejected him. It is absolute power.
Yeah,
now,
that one
happened.
We understand this that is happening right now. We understand. Let's assume it is the South. The North will be burning on protests.
How they can burn all they like?
Wait now, we know now. There will be burning. There will be protests every day. We the South, we would like to do just a mass stuff. Everything that is happening now, as soon as the president change, you start see protests from the south, demand, I mean from the north, demand every day. They are killing us. There's no food. There's this. There's not this. There's not this. But right now, you don't see any protests.
You know why? You know why? Because we have not suffered enough. Because at this point, at this
suffering
point,
and smiling.
Yeah. That's what I was explaining in the morning to Black League when he said that no, the South is not scared. It's not a bad thing to be scared, but I think the South has not lost enough for them to want to get back their fair share of this deal. They still have room. By the time you are beaten to the wall and you have the only thing you have to do is fight, that is when the South is going to come back together. Because look at what is happening. BUHARI has done everything to reach them, and still Yoruba and Igbo are still on their own, fighting, and Niger Delta are still on their own. At this point, they should realize that the North has taken power. They should be united, but no, because they have not lost everything. They still have some room until they suffer to the extent of they become total slaves. That's when they start fighting.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Exiro. So, Exiro, let me go on from you to Baba Akure, who waits his turn. So, Baba Akure, let me start you off then where I started Exiro off. Lagos State finally, belatedly, a lot of people will say almost too late, they've now moved to sanitize that Okada space. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. It's quite interesting to note, Baba Akure, the sort of foreigners that are they are Nigerians, so from Niger Republic, Togolese, Beninese, and Chadians. So that is the Okada space in Lagos. So what are you then making of now this last minute move by the police?
Thank you very much, one man. The first thing I'm going to clarify is that do they say that it was these people making a problem in Lagos State or just Okada in general?
It's Okada in general, because there's been a ban on Okada, as you know, but they're still in that space. So what the Lagos police are saying is that they are going to use a strategy of mounting all the entry points to Lagos and stopping vehicles to see if they are carrying those bikes, and then they will seize it, and then they would destroy it, and then they are going to go into the spaces where these Okadas people are, to identify their identity and profile them, and then the ones that are not Nigerians, which will be a good complement of them, they will be handed over to the immigration service.
Okay, well, thank you very much for clarifying that, because to me, I don't want to believe that these are the only people that is committing crime in Nigeria, particularly when you're talking about the issue of Okada. We understand our border is so porous to the extent that anybody can just come in and just do whatever they want. I was talking to one of my colleagues the other day, and he was saying that, if I want to go to Nigeria, the immigration system in Nigeria, how it was. And I said to him that, well, you know, Nigeria, it is a free place. When you get your visiting visa, you can just go there and you start working, because nobody is really checking who. So, and that's exactly what is going on in Nigeria. You see a lot of people just come all the way from Benin Republic, Niger, Cotonou. They just come to Nigeria. The immigration is not going to have any record for them. They are not checking anybody. So the only time you can really aware that they repatriate people is when things like this happen. When incident like this happen and they start checking people on the street, and they find out, okay, well, this person has been here for very long time, they don't have documents. That is when they start putting them together and put them and take them back to Nigeria, to where they came from. So our immigration is so slack. When I say slack, it is even something that I don't even know what to qualify it. It's so slack that they don't even have record. Anybody can do anything. You can move all the way from Lagos, arrive Lagos, and you land in somewhere in Oriomi. And nobody cares. Even our community self, they don't even care. Once they see you, and nobody is going to say, "Oh, where are you from?" They give you farm work to do. They give you Okada to ride and stuff like that. So, but for the If truly, if police, if they conduct their investigation and they see that these are the people that is committing crime, well, it is good that they get them and take them back to the country. I mean, take them back to their country, and the immigration should buckle up and making sure that they secure the country, because this is one of the problems we are having right now. This issue of S-men, this issue of kidnapping. So not only Nigeria are doing all this. There's a lot of foreigners that are doing all this as well, collided with Nigerians and continue to disturb the peace of the country. So it is good idea if police can do that. And there was a video I saw yesterday, maybe yesterday or the day before yesterday. It is very shameful how some Okada are chasing police officers on the street of Lagos.
Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. You can see the level of insecurity that we have in Nigeria. How our police so. In fact, it is. I don't even know what to qualify them, because that video was so horrific. How can somebody just?
I was telling one man yesterday, and they will say that Tony he was going to confirm on his family members.
Some little gangster, little gangster facing police, and police are running back. You can imagine. So it is very barbaric. It is very barbaric, and something needs to be done. And I would suggest it's not even Lagos State alone. The whole Nigeria should be sanitized. They need to sanitize the whole Nigeria. As a matter of fact, even me, if I go to Nigeria and they say, "Oh, well, where's your document?" I will even like that, because they need to be checking everybody to know.
No, they check us when we come in. They check us.
Exactly.
But they don't check them.
I'm just saying on the street. Of Nigeria.
No, that would be too much now.
No. I think they really need that right now. Because Nigeria is getting out of hand. I think they really need to do that. So let's know who is who. So if you don't have ID, then they ask you question: which state are you from? You should be able to speak at least a language. You cannot tell me that.
Baba Akure, sorry. You know what? In instances when even Nigerians and authorities have accosted these people, they've tried to speak to them. Like you said, they say to at least identify one Nigerian language, no. And then they try to speak to them in English, no. And then they try to speak to them in Pidgin, no. But then when they try to speak to them in French, then they trigger. Then they start to communicate. So that tells you
that shows that they are not from Nigeria.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying, if you see people on the street, there is nothing wrong. You can ask them, because if you want to, if you cannot challenge this Baba Akure, I will blow Akure for you, so you will know that no, this man is original, not fake. So I think it is time to do that, at least for the meantime, to sanitize Nigeria.
Baba Akure, I think we should be very careful with those kind of comments, because you don't like people to do that to you in America where you are. You know, I cannot imagine. That's why I keep saying I can't live in Nigeria anymore with the way things are going. I can't imagine me walking and then somebody approaches me and asks me for my Nigerian document. Imagine now. There are better ways to go about it.
So can you give us a better way to go about it?
Yes, the country has to just step up.
With this situation that we find ourselves?
Yeah, the country has to just step up. Like here in Sweden or in Scandinavia, they know that you must use the supermarket. You must use it. So it's your national ID card is tied to your
yeah, but you can't use Sweden as a template. That's a civilized Nigeria.
But that's what I'm saying. People, you yourself cannot go back to Nigeria and they ask you where's the document. It's an assault. And this case will continue.
I know, but I will gladly support that, because we really need something. We really need something to sanitize Nigeria right now.
A zero.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know one time Nigerian passport was rated one of the worst because of this terrorist?
What do you mean one time? It still is.
Okay. I don't know the rule.
One time, as it improved.
And you know, one of the one time in America, Inter, most of the Yemen fighters, the foreign fighters, most of them record them with Nigerian passport. You remember one time they recalled about 200,000 Nigerian for national passport. What happened? These guys cross into border, go to Nigeria, go to immigration in North, just get a passport and go back to here and be fighting. They're not Nigerians. So when you say let's get identity card, that is the worst. They will come in through the border, get identity card, and go wherever they want to go and start committing mayhem with that.
No. I mean, it is in the process of getting that identity card that you will cross-check.
Who want to cross-check that? That's what I'm telling you. The process of passport, national passport is still difficult. They get it like free of charge, just walking.
No, that's why I said
you've been civilized for too long, Xero. You've been out of Nigeria for too long.
We need to stop this because these things we are saying which will affect us too. I can't imagine myself.
So just but what Baba Akure is suggesting is that it is a price worth paying. If you will be inconvenienced a little bit, just for the purposes of flushing out all these Chadians that are causing harm to Lagos.
I will gladly do that. You want me to speak my dialect? I will speak it. You will know that I'm born and bred and brought up in Nigeria.
There's a super chat that one man put now.
Hold on, one at a time.
The super chat that one man pasted now. Somebody said some people cannot speak their language in Nigeria, and yes, it's true.
That's the Irene's world. Yeah.
So see, even if you cannot speak your language in Nigeria, every citizen has a pattern. Every citizen that lives in any country has a pattern, how he behaves, the tonation. Even if you cannot speak it, you have a tonation of your pidgin English, your behavior.
I'm not sure that there's any Nigerian that cannot speak his or her native
language. Even
if you cannot speak your native language, at least you know your parents' house.
One man, what are you saying? There are many people cannot.
No, Zero. What
do you mean? Who are those? Who can't speak their native tongue?
Many people cannot speak their native language. Some people are born in Lagos.
But they speak Yoruba now. They speak Yoruba.
They can't speak Yoruba. They just speak English. They speak. They can understand Yoruba, but they will not be fluent in speaking it.
Zero. Everybody has a pattern of, even if you cannot speak Yoruba, but he has a pattern of speaking English mixed with Yoruba in that Lagos style. You know, this is Lagos born. Even Ondo person that cannot speak Ondo very well, but they have a pattern of speaking their pidgin, their lifestyle. Like Benin, we have the way we talk. If you say any Benin guy, you will say, "How far? How you day?" You already know this guy is from Benin. We have a pattern of talking. You understand? So you must, even Imo, you have people that come from the east. This one is that the pattern.
People in Cameroon, Southern Cameroon, they speak the same pidgin like me.
No, it cannot be the same.
They don't.
I've been with them now. I see. There are some of them.
They are here in Japan.
They do. Amazonians, they speak like.
We know it's still different. It's still different.
They speak like Akwa Ibom people. They speak their pidgin
like
Akwa Ibom.
French inflection to their fault.
No, they're English speaking.
English side, English
speaking. Southern Cameroon is English speaking. And they speak their pidgin English like the Calabar people.
Zero. There are a lot of Camerooners here in Japan, English side. They call them French francophone, and how they call them. We talk, we understand ourselves, but we know, we don't know this is not Nigeria. We know that because their way of their pidgin.
But war peace, woman, please, sir. Look, the Camerooners that came from the south, that the English Camerooners, it started very difficult for you to differentiate them from us. So what you said before is that people from Niger Delta, if you speak, they don't say now you be that. If I zone they speak here now, or Ejiro, or you, or myself, or even Yoruba woman is speaking with a Benin woman, you know that these people are from Nigeria. But if an Igbo woman is speaking now, you also get the tonation different from us. So it's very easy to identify. So what Baba Kura said is good for as a temporary measure to checkmate the other.
At the same time, I'm not talking anything different. Though.
Yeah, as a temporary measure. So Babakure is right. Let us forget ourselves.
I will gladly do that.
Right, let's get back to Babakure.
I'm not going to argue. I will gladly do that because we really need that right now because Nigeria is getting out of hand. We really need that. Where if you don't provide your ID or you cannot speak one of the language or your dialect, then you have to go somewhere. They need to have camp and put them there. So when your family can find you, if you provide the number of your family, somebody mentioned here that somebody cannot speak their dialect. Well, that's okay.
If
they put them in the cell, they will have the number of somebody that can speak dialect. Then we can check if truly they are related. So I think they really need to do this, because this issue of NIN, it is I don't even see it working at all. I don't see
those rules only often apply in the south. In the north, it's usually still the free for all.
Exactly.
But which dialect are you talking about, Baba Kure? These guys are speaking Hausa and sorry, Fulani, and so they will just say they are from Sokoto or whatever.
No, it's different.
No, it's a different Fulani.
Yeah. Anyway, Baba Kure, to add to your this thing, do you know this thing is becoming a pandemic right now? Not epidemic, it's pandemic right now. The last 2 weeks, Obaseki just is passing a law to start deporting beggars from Edo State. It's becoming a menace in Edo State. Everywhere is beggars. It's not like a business. Everywhere.
All right, back to Baba Kure to round off your thoughts on that space. But are the police moving to sanitize that space and to identify these people that are foreign? Would you altogether say a good initiative?
It's a good move, and I will suggest that not even Lagos State alone. It should be all over Nigeria. It should be all over Nigeria. It shouldn't be limited to Lagos State alone. That is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba Kure. So, Baba Kure, let me take you from there to real politics now. I want to be president to change your lives. This is Ahmed Lawan saying, but he, of course, the number 3 citizen for the last at least 3 years. Of all the people that should be saying that, do you think Ahmed Lawan should be one of them?
Well, it is very funny when I heard that. You see, when these people, when they get out of power, that is when they can see, oh, we're supposed to do this, we're supposed to do that. Why are you telling us that you don't know that Nigeria needs to be restructured when you are there? But because of what they are getting, they were so blind. They were so blind that even Obasanjo also, I think he made some statement the other day that, oh, Nigeria is supposed to do this and Nigeria is supposed to do that. When he was there, he was supposed to have doing that. He didn't do it. So that is when they get out of power. That is when they can see that, okay, we're supposed to do this, and they will be correcting the present administration at that time. Oh, this is how you're supposed to do it, this is how you're supposed to do that. But due to the fact that what they are getting, they are a good all kind of money they are getting, they cannot think right. But when that is withdrawn from them now, then they'll be thinking, oh, we should have done this way, we should have done it this way, we should have. So that's when story will come out. So it's just trying to wool us so that we can fall to defeat again. Not even first, not even second, not even third time, because they know that is the same trick.
Is this restructuring language? Is it another Python dance? Is it another?
I think it's another Python dance. Because they know that is what people are calling for, and most especially the elders in the south and southwest, even to some extent, some Easterner are calling for restructuring. So they know that, okay, this is the noise that every regions are making. So they want to use that to rule us again, to see if we fall to that. But it is not new. We are not going to fall to that. So it is not new. It is not something that we have not been hearing.
But we will fall for it, though, because if it starts to speak that language and is able to articulate it, because we are so desperate for that country to be restructured, it will win the confidence of some people with that, and it knows it.
Well, to me, I don't really believe that, because like you also say, that might be right, because like Pa Ayo Adebanjo and co, that is what they really wanted.
Yes.
So they might use that to to trick those people, and those people will talk to their followers too. That, oh, this man said they will do it for us.
If they feel they are able to secure some guarantees before the election from whoever is saying restructuring, if they feel they are able to get a commitment that that will be the first item that he will address, and they get him to state that in a way that almost guarantees that he will do it, they will give him the vote. But then, of course, when that guy gets that
is exactly what, because the same thing happened during Buhari, and that it is, in fact, restructuring was one of the agenda. Fighting corruption was one of the agenda, and then the security, before the issue of providing 5 million jobs in a year. So these are the things. But what do we get? Even the unemployment is getting out of roof. Inflation is getting out of roof. Security, nothing to write home about.
Baba, correct. I think the only way Nigeria can be restructured, I think the only way is the way it came in. That's the only way it can be restructured. We cannot get through the ballot vote. We cannot get through the ballot paper. I mean,
you mean via a military something?
Yeah, it's gonna be like, you have to be a dictator that just put it, and then we can go back to democracy. There's no way we cannot use our ballot to restructure. It will be difficult.
One man, can you put me on the back seat, please? I have to attend something.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure.
I'm still here anyway, but I want to briefly attend to something.
All right, no, that's fine. Thank you, Baba Kure. So that was Baba Kure. He has to attend to matters. So thank you, Baba Kure.
I was asking World Peace, what ethnic group is this dictator going to come from? Because
doesn't matter.
From the north, they will.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it comes from. No.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter.
Hold on. Did you see the case of the one that tried to take power from IBB, or did you see the case of Ironsi and all those dictators that are not from the north? Do you see how they were removed? If you are from the south, you cannot overthrow this government, or you cannot take over power and you'll be let to be there, because the military is predominantly northern. Don't you know that? So you can't do it as a southern soldier. It has to be from the north. We have been messed up seriously, man.
It's zero.
Yes.
It's zero. It's not necessarily true.
Are you sure?
The days of our military, the early stage of our military, we had more of Igbo and Benue, the middle belt, and then bit of Yoruba. But Yoruba was more in police and immigration. Then after then, even till now.
He's talking about now.
I'm coming to now.
Yeah.
Even now, the Fulani is not. They are not really that much in the military, but they are much in the vital position, key position.
I don't think you have the current facts. Go and look at the current recruitment.
I don't think so.
Go and look at the recruitment.
But let me go on then from Baba Kure. Let's go to Nsibidi. So Nsibidi, are you with us?
Definitely.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you then, Nsibidi. So you know the talking points, and let's kick you off where we kicked everybody else off. Police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos. Would you say about time, or do you think this is victimization? And before you do that, can I encourage people to click on the like button? The target again today is 100 likes. We're not even halfway there. So a gentle reminder towards that. But in CBD then, the police sweeping up the malas out from the streets of Lagos. What are you making of that in CBD?
Yeah, well, I don't think I will put it the way you have put your own, but yeah, they should do what it's very important. Like it's just amazing. I had someone also. I have someone in those sides of Isolo in Lagos, and the person was telling me some things like that. It's important that they do that, but when they are saying they are kicking, Lagos State government did not come out and say they are fighting or they are trying to get rid of people from the north. So it's just something that has to do with criminal border. What are those people called? Motorbike riders. So they should do what they need to do. they should do what they need to do. They should ban it if it's possible, or they should.
It's already banned. It's the enforcement now that we're in.
Yeah, definitely. The enforcement is going to be challenging. Imagine these people chasing police officers. It's
My
just
goodness
crazy.
me.
It's insane. And I'm just remembering Yanopaja. That part of the place is I stayed for some time in Lagos, and we have a lot of Hausa people there, and we used to, on a normal level, although then it's different from now. On a normal level, those guys are peaceful. They are peaceful. But now with all this influx of foreign elements that are coming that are using the name of Hausa people, that they are all Hausas. So I think they should do some kind of not exactly the
Are
way
you saying
Baba
they are
Buhari.
pretending to be Hausas?
Yeah, exactly. That's what they are doing. They are pretending to be Hausas.
Really?
Yeah,
Mama, we
they
are
are.
mistaking them for Hausa as not Fulanis. So we
Yeah,
always use Hausa to the general terms, and which is not good. Hausas are not Fulanis, and Fulanis are not Hausas.
No, but they call themselves Hausa Fulani now.
That's why they hide. That's what they hide behind before. Now they don't like it. If you call the Fulani man Hausa man, he will not take it lightly with you.
But the Okada riders are mainly Hausas, not Fulanis.
I don't know
yeah,
that.
they are mainly Hausas. But now, that's why they should be not. They shouldn't be afraid of anything. They should just comply with the checks and balances that the government is trying to do. And but also, I don't support. Like I said yesterday, I don't support banning of motorbike. Because as much as there are elements that are using it for criminal purpose, there are still people that's their means of livelihood. And what are you going to give to them? You're just trying to create
They are not
more.
banning the dispatch riders or the Uber Eats. They are banning Okada riders.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okada riders. How many people have money to buy a car and use for Uber?
Hold
Uber
on,
and,
Boppies. Let him have a bit of a Go on,
yeah,
Mr.
how many people will will have the money to buy a car and put in Uber? Because Uber, most people are buying the car themselves, or maybe someone will just buy and give to them. So they should not just be quick to ban these guys. They should make sure, they shouldn't be lazy. They should investigate. They should, but also the riders should be able to comply with any checks and balances that need to be done. But banning these people in this kind of economic situation that is, in the country, you're just trying to create another, kind of insecurity, because these guys will do anything to survive.
Thank you, CBD. Exactly my point. Thank you very much.
But I'm not sure. I think you see a spike, but then after that spike, because these people, if they take to criminality, then the police can weigh upon them. But I suspect that you will start to see them dissipate to where they came from. That's more likely what will happen, because they have nothing else in terms of means of earning money outside of that Okada riding. And if they take to criminal, because they are easily identifiable if they commit a crime, it's not as though they blend into the population. They are distinct and distinguishable both in physiology and in tonality.
If they are overwhelming police now that they are kind of engaged a little bit.
No, that was just a skirmish. Now, if the police want to move against them, then they'll just clear them off.
No, the police will definitely. Let's be realistic, and we know exactly the relationship between the North and the South. As much as we are shouting here, we are talking about how the South are always careful when dealing with the North. At the end of the day, these people are the ones in power, so they won't deal with them the way we are thinking, And if they don't have any other means of livelihood, there's no way they'll just dissipate. Well, I don't know the English you use.
CBD, can I interject?
Dissipate, because now why would they go back to a place where they have nothing? So they'll be there in Lagos looking for means of to survive, and definitely to be illegal means. So
in CBD, can I interject?
Okay.
See, sometimes we have to separate emotion and the morality of this thing from reality. You see, when you want to introduce some kind of business in a large scale like that, the first thing you want to see is that the control. And the control itself include insecurity. It depends on what you time insecurity as, even because sometimes we relate insecurity alone to maybe stealing, robbery. Even the number of injury, life-threatening injury that is resulting from this kind of academics alone itself is insecurity. And the fact that some people, the foreigners, they are the one coming to our country to ride Okada, that's another level of insecurity. See, I want to separate this thing. Are we saying, yeah, it is true, some people, they don't have other means than Okada? I agreed. But at the same time, there are some people that they can actually find some other ways if you do not open this space of Okada to them. So now, when we are talking of this, even when you see the menace, the way these people will face one way, the way people, these guys will even do everything irrationally alone, is an insecurity on its own. So to me, we can't say, yeah, there's nothing you want to do that will not have its own bad side. Banning Okada will definitely have its own bad side. But when we want to look at the escalation in terms of general insecurity that Okada is posing to that country, honestly, even where it is possible, even in some rural area, you want to go to the level of saying, let us ban this Okada, for goodness sake, because you cannot document these people properly. You know, you can't document them properly. They are causing injury to people. A lot of things that so to me, that means of livelihood or whatever, people can always find themselves to enjoy. It's not to be Okada. There are many businesses too. For example, you can do that. It's illegal because an armed robber too can even say, okay, he has nothing to live on. That's why they're stealing. So we can find a lot of excuses to actually support what is not adequate for society. To me, I don't buy it.
Ola, don't you think that this because most of us here, you know, in these countries where these things are not almost non-existent, so you know, people that are in that space. I remember living in Lagos. I used to take Okada sometimes from Yanokwaja to you know, as far as even Ikeja and even sometimes to the island. So what I'm trying to say is this: in that space, Okada is still very important for so many people, especially people that are working, you know, that are reporting to offices and delivering stuff and all that. So I'm not going to say, you know, it's easier for us to just look at it from our lenses where we are. But I think in that space, it's still very important. And that's why I'm saying they shouldn't be lazy. They should do proper checks and balance, you know, checks for these guys. They should make sure that if they are monitored, they are controlled, than to just ban the whole thing. Because you're banning
So
something you've not created.
how are you going to control them? The first question you ask, how are you going to control them?
Yeah,
How?
okay, they should be licensed because the police should be, or traffic police, whatever, should be given that responsibility of maybe stopping them when you see someone that is not properly licensed. You check his license, get his name,
So
and
now
then
the next question will now be, how many police do we have? See, this thing is very easy to terrorize, right? We've been on this issue of Okada more than a decade now, and yet there is no solution. You understand? Even in the regular bus and everything in Lagos is still difficult to manage. Then you now introduce another dimensionality through this Okada. Like I said, one sad thing about this is that according to what I've listened to across all these media, all these things, they say there are significant numbers of foreigners now riding Okada. So if we are now talking of how to now feed our people, our responsibility is supposed to be meant for people from Niger, from Cotonou, and from all those areas. So when we are banning this Okada now, so we have to now start thinking of, some people will lose their job. Including those people coming from Cotonou, for example.
It's not some people.
All right.
How many people?
Round off your thoughts on that space in CBD, and then I'll move you to another talking point. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I think I will just say it this way. I obviously do not. There's a lot of disadvantage with there's a downsides to this Okada thing, but we have to, I think the importance, or should I say the advantage is a bit more, in my opinion, is a bit more higher than the disadvantage. Yeah, because who will assimilate all these people? Where will they go to? What is the job?
But the country is not obliged to Nigerians and Togolese
and
Chadians and all these.
Everything I'm saying, I'm excluding these foreign guys that are undocumented and causing all the mayhem and with the agenda that we don't know what they are planning. I'm talking about the general Okada space, because we cannot say that these people from Nigeria, the majority people riding Okada, because let's be realistic.
They are. It's predominantly a foreigner economy.
Is there anything to back that up, one man? Or just
anecdotally and statistically?
Because we cannot stay and say that there are no Yorubas or Igbos or anybody.
We're not saying that. We're saying predominantly it's people from the Sahels.
Well, if there's any fact to back that up, then but I don't think that right now we can say that for sure. So because we have
one man, please, can I talk to CBD little bit?
I wanted to move from that topic.
A very quick, sir. Sir.
Okay, go on, Tony. Yeah.
CBD, you know that you're my friend. For the fact that our Oga Alexandra Gomez commended that time that you are speaking nicely, you should do good. I mean, all I have already explained to you. We cannot be taken care of foreigners. You know what I'm saying? So there was back in the days, people get higher purchase for buses, and then so we're not trying to progress. We don't have to promote motorcycle transportation or this keke nape. Let us go back to these ferry services we discussed about yesterday, where it was a little bit too hard. Then a higher purchase for the citizens, or you see the local citizens. You know what I'm saying? Not people coming from other countries or from other places that we should be caring about. How they survive. And then
I'm with you on that. I'm not.
These people didn't go to primary school, so they will not listen. They will not get any instruction from you. They will not listen to you.
So don't you think it's our laziness that will make the government to ban the entire thing just because of some foreigners that are illegal immigrants?
No, because we move out. Because we move out. We the citizens are moved out as a result of this quota system. We couldn't get a job after schooling. That's why other people have to come and take over our space. Right on.
Sorry, CBD, let me add a little to it. Yes. CBD, there's supposed to be a certain state in Nigeria, they were supposed to ban Okada. Places like Lagos, Abuja. Just that true, for example. Now, like in Benin, we banned Okada, people are still surviving. If they ban Okada in Lagos, people will survive. You should check, and there's a pattern to Okada. Anyway, there's a lot of Okada influx. There's a lot of petty crime. Take it or leave it. There's a lot of petty crime. And like Ola said,
one man, do you know if there's keke? Do you know if there's keke napep in what are those people called?
Even better.
Are they in Lagos? I'm not sure.
They are around in Lagos. Yes, I rode one.
They're in Lagos. They're in Lagos.
Years ago, yeah.
Yeah, that's an alternative.
Yeah, they're supposed to ban Okada in Lagos. Yeah. In total, because Lagos is a very, very high dense population. How do I say?
And it's a global city. It's meant to be a shining example. Lagos is Lagos is meant to be one of the states in Nigeria where we build to show a world-class performance for Nigeria, so that the world can come and comfortably be there. We don't want some Chadian. And that's somebody why I said, from Niger Republic.
Yeah, that's why I said.
A nuisance.
Yeah, that's why I said places like Abuja and Lagos, there's supposed to be no Okada. It's supposed to be banned. Those cities, they're not supposed to be Okada at all.
Abuja as well.
What peace? Lagos ought not to be having keke nape. We have ferry service or whatever, and then
they have keke napep. In even in New York, they have keke napep.
Yeah, but they should be looking nicer, sir. They should be looking nicer, not just guru like
I'm
that.
telling you, these things we are saying is very good, and it's how it's supposed to be. But the
They think
reality on
they
ground is
pain
that
me.
these people
All
have
right.
not
Yeah.
created.
So carry on, Mr.
The reality on ground is these people have failed in, in creating, adequate or jobs for the unemployed, for the young people. So you don't just go there and do what they are doing in New York all of a sudden, and you've not laid the foundation that New York themselves has. So yeah, but in my own opinion, they should just they should do proper checks on these guys, and they should, if you need to tell them wear helmets, wear reflectors, compulsory, and also put your license there in front of the motorcycle, and make sure that there's nothing people are more afraid of than fine. Maybe you can introduce a fining. You see people behaving well. You see those riders, a lot of them behaving well if they know that they can be fined for some kind of misconduct. Than to just. I'm not talking for foreign, uh, foreign, these guys coming here illegally to do their thing. No, do what. In fact, they should be taken back to where they come from. If they did not enter legally. So, but I'm talking about the people, the citizens now. You don't just take away the means of their livelihood when you've not created, an alternative. Yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah. So Alexander super chats to you. He says in CBD, Iyano Ipaja through Lagos Island is a long journey.
Yeah,
Namu.
my job.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll say conservatively 40 miles. So he's essentially inviting you to dig your hand in your wallet and pay for a taxi rather than traveling from Ikeja to Victoria Island on Okada. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Yeah.
Then Osho, all those places, those roads, I'm sure now they are better, because then my job required, the job I was doing required that I need, I used to deliver some stuff, and it will, I was using it most of the time just for convenience.
All right, thank you, Nsibidi. So, Nsibidi, let me move you on then to the space of Ahmed Lawan, promising us that he's the change that Nigeria is after. So, rescue then coming in via the Senate president. So, what are you then making then of this regurgitation of that change mantra? Ahmed Lawan, it will make your life better.
God forbid. Honestly, people should just be saying God forbid when they hear some kind of things coming out from that country. Because I think we need to be a bit more spiritual now in our approach. We need to be rejecting something. It's not superstition. You reject some things, because this guy, these are the people that have, like Xero said, these are the people that are instrumental to where we find ourselves today in that country. So what kind of change can he bring? These are people that are doing, these are OES men for the administration. Anything he wants, they do. So how? And if anybody believes that is going to bring restructuring, then that person, maybe that person is from Borno or from Sokoto, because I don't think anyone if people from the south that have made noise are finding it hard. It's someone that he knows that the restructuring will not even favor them. It's him that will now come and bring the restructuring. I don't know. Nobody in their right mind should believe, that kind of a thing. There's nothing he can do. This guy is just, he's just making noise. He's just playing politics.
All right. It wasn't actually Ahmed Lawan that was speaking of restructuring. He was talking about change and moving Nigeria from oil economy to an agrarian economy. But the person that was speaking about restructuring is Tambuwal, who pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected. So what he described was devolution of power, which is what people are pushing for, state policing, which is what people are pushing for, and a restructuring of the country, which is what people are pushing for. So he's saying that these are going to be the planks of his administration. So, setting aside that we know that he's just talking, the language you want to hear. Should those things though be the planks of this 2023 politics, that all the candidates then must perfect their narrative and be categorical on where they stand, on especially those planks, restructuring, state policing, and resource control? Should the narrative push them to make that the front burner issues for the campaigns? And say
I think it should be one of the most important points that they should be able to use to, to convince people. They should, it should. Someone like Tambua, we know the way the North moves. They always move in kind of consensus agreement, and it doesn't matter what age any one of them comes out to. It doesn't matter his own ideology or his personal beliefs. At the end of the day, they will all move. He cannot go against the interest of the North. We saw the example with Atiku the other day. We called him a Southern Fulani or a Southern Hausa, but at the end of the day, he himself is not able to go against the will of the group, with the Northern group. So there's nothing Tambua can do. As good as I really like this past late Yaradua. But at the end of the day, none of those people, there's nothing they can do without the entirety of the North, So there's nothing you can do. But yes, like you said, the people need to demand that restructuring mandate from these guys, especially we in the South. I'm sure everybody in the South and probably Middle Belt, most of us are, want restructuring. So we should demand it from the politicians. But unfortunately, the Northern candidates, they will always play their group politics.
Oh, okay, in CBD. So to this then in CBD, Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay ₦1 million as stipend to party delegates for primary elections. So the Southeast, of course, the politics, they play it somewhat differently. They have a table of bribery in Imo State for the delegates. So House of Assembly, 30,000 naira for each delegate. Reps, 50,000 for each delegate, Senate for each delegate. So I know transportation is expensive, and they're saying they pay them that as transportation. So what are you then making then of this rogue list from Imo State in CBD?
Yeah, who is asking them to pay?
The party. Let me show you it. It's actually the party. Yes. So let me show you it so you can see. So this is actually let me just show you it. Then it probably make more sense. So here it is. Just hold on. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Imo State has directed aspirants contesting for various elective offices to pay stipends to party delegates participating in the forthcoming party primaries. Secretary of the PDP, Ray Imiana, disclosed this in a letter addressed to all the aspirants in the state. So you can see on your screen the party logo, and then that's the list of bribery. So also it says it says in view of the need to minimize the cost of party primaries and conserve funds for the general election, the state working committee directs all aspirants to provide stipends only to enable delegates transport themselves to the venues of the primaries. The following stipends are hereby approved. 1. House of Assembly, 30,000 naira each. House of Representatives, 50,000 naira each. Senate, 80,000 naira each. The party will frown seriously at any aspirant or delegate who violates this directive and attempts to convert the primaries into a commercial venture. All state vice chairmen of senatorial districts are directed to appoint monitoring committees to ensure compliance and report any breach to the state party. So there it is right there, the bribe list from our Imo PDP. So what are you making of that in
Yeah,
CBD?
it's a normal, the normal thing they do in the country all over, So we're not surprised, woman. To be honest, this one I don't have much to say because I don't see anything new. That's how they, you know. But what I don't understand is what is the goal? Is it just that they want to raise fund or just to minimize the spending or whatever? What's the goal of?
What they are saying is they are going to get this body of money or the aspirants. You know that the aspirants are meeting delegates.
Yes.
And of course, we've seen severally with Oshibajo giving them 250,000 in Ibadan, etc. So they are essentially dishing out money. So they're now trying to cap the bribes that the aspirants are going to give to the delegates in order to conserve money for the elections. And then they're asking localized chairs to set up committees to monitor the bribes that aspirants are giving to the delegates to see if they contravenes the bribe list that Imo PDP has published.
But you see, what I think it should be left for the aspirants to. So, what will be the point of giving a bribe if you know you can't give a bribe more than what the other aspirant is giving?
Then it'll be left to your power of persuasion. Then, so if it
So I'm just wondering because the whole essence of a bribe is it not that you're using it to to gain advantage over another person. So if there is a regulation for bribery, that is like normalizing. If there's a regulation for it, so I'm wondering what's the point, So it doesn't make more. It means that these people already know what they're doing. They're just trying to. That's why even when all this APC, everybody is buying 100 million form. I think there's just some, like I said earlier. I think there's just some kind of. They know what they are doing. I think they are just. It's weird that this thing is confusing from the outside. I think these people just know where their money is going and what it's going to do, and they just know what they are doing. These guys, we don't know for sure. We can only speculate. But for this Imo State, whatever, it doesn't make much sense. But I think it's just the same thing as is similar to what I see all this APC.
is that peculiarly Igbo, even wanting to save money, even in bribery? Is that something that's peculiar to the East?
No,
They
well,
even want
I'm
to
just
do
hearing.
business in bribery. Want to do business in bribery still? Is this what's that all about?
I'm just hearing. I'm hearing
Yeah.
this kind of. I'm seeing this for the first time. I don't know if another person has ever experienced, where there's a regulation for bribery. I know there's a regulation for tipping in some places here where we are. You don't tip more than. But now bribery, that's something that if you have 1 million to give, you give. See, that's the essence of bribery. It's wrong, but that's how it works. So I don't really get the point, but that's just the craziness and the insanity that we are, that is dominating the political space in Nigeria.
All right, thank you, in CBD. So, in CBD, to the Danish narrative, then court sentences Dane to death for by hanging for killing Nigerian wife and daughter. So that story. Then you heard me read it out and you heard what Exiro had
Yeah,
to say
yeah.
about it. Yeah, but your thoughts.
Well, I heard you read it out, but not so much. But I think I understand what the whole thing because
Do you want me to
this.
represent it?
No, no. It's not that necessary. I think because of I know exactly. I followed the story before. When it just happened. So I think you see. I see it as have there okay, let me just ask this before I say anything. Has there been any kind of response or input from the Danish government or
Not yet, because it hasn't made the news apparently yet. It's not picked up yet over there. But now that this penalty has been given, this verdict has been given, there's an anticipation that they would somewhat want to take it up diplomatically.
Yeah, they should do it very fast before before these people interfere and stop this thing. They should do it the thing very. If I'm the judge, I will order it to be done maybe in 24 hours, because this thing is that it doesn't make any sense. To be honest with you, if it's just something that happened to his wife, I would say maybe there's some kind of we need to dig deep, do investigation.
Maybe they were fighting and it happened.
Yes, exactly.
But then the daughter as well.
The daughter, that's something that's a premeditated, or that's just some kind of insanity. If these things happen in America or in some places, they'll start claiming psychological issues, or all that. So before these people start claiming that the man is mad, or he has psychotic problems, they should just do what they need to do very fast, because this is what is wrong. It's very wrong, because and if they don't make an example with this man, then these people will continue. They'll see themselves as kind of above the law somehow, especially when they're
because
dealing
you see why I brought the story in CBD is because there's a sense that he would feel that by virtue of his skin color, he can get away with that. He expects that if things get too hard, his country will come and rescue him, and the most he will suffer is probably a few months in prison, and he will then go and remarry another victim. So, because all the past narratives similarly have suggested that should be the case. So if they make an example of this guy by following through with that verdict, then that will send that signal to the space that there's repercussions of whatever your skin color is.
Exactly. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he deserve. Anybody deserve. Anybody. People should be. Personally, I don't believe in
capital punishment.
Yeah, I believe maybe you should give some people life sentence or whatever. But because in this case, because of what he did to the daughter, then I think he should get that capital punishment. Honestly, because how come that when we?
But do you think he will? Do you think he should? But do you think he will?
Well, I think he will. I think he will if there is no interference from his country. He will. Why wouldn't he? Because in Nigeria or in Africa, there's a way. Just humanity itself. Nobody accepts some kind of thing being done to a child. So there's no.
The girl was 6 years old.
Imagine that. So I think he will, unless now there's some kind of very heavy bribing involved.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's actually even worse. She was 3.
Imagine that. So it's terrible. It's terrible. So,
it's unbelievable.
Yes, it's crazy. So they should. I personally, the man is not. Is there any? I don't think is a very wealthy man or something that can bribe. Bribery, what he does in the system. So if somebody has maybe like $1 million somewhere, but if he doesn't have that kind of money and these governments are not so much interfering with the case, then I think he will get that punishment or that,
All right, thank you, Nsibidi. So thank you, Nsibidi. Let me go from you, Nsibidi, and let me go to World Peace and World Peace just to take you through. Then let me take you actually to where Nsibidi just left off, the narrative of the Dane that did away with his wife and daughter. World Peace. All right, we don't have World Peace.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah, it's a pity. I heard about. I was following the news when it happened. It's a pity. It's just so unfortunate, though. But it's just that one was on the media's, Such things, so similar things happen in Lagos, in Nigeria, but the news don't carry it. These white people, they do shit and go away with it, probably because of, Nigeria is very corrupt. That's the problem of corruption in the country. But this guy, now, he has been sentenced to death. Let's see what's going to happen. If the embassy go into the matter, probably they will bribe their way out and turn the case. Or now he has been sentenced. Let's see the outcome probably after like a year or two. Because if they sentence somebody to death, doesn't mean you carry the sentence out immediately. Probably the person will stay again for that 5-10 years before they can carry sentence out. Maybe before that time they will smuggle the guy out of town and all that. But that guy's supposed to get that death penalty because these people, they take us for a ride. Such things don't happen in their own country. A black man would not dare to kill a Danish woman in their country. There will be a lot of backlash, and they will even create a law to protect that space so that it won't happen again. So let's see how it goes. That's all I have to say in that case.
All right, thank you, World Peace. I keep calling you Black League, but I was just about to again. Nigerian High Court jails ex-president Jonathan's godson, George Tuna, for 4 years. So are you aware of this narrative, and do you even know who that person is?
Who is that?
It's some. Okay, let me just skip that space because I don't know that he's known enough for it to be a talking point. Let me take you to the East instead. Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as bribe to party delegates for primary. So what are you then making then of this table list of bribery from the eastern space of Nigeria?
Is it not funny? The way we see Nigeria politics these days? It's not money politics. The Nigeria security force is not working. Now politics is now money talks. The other day, the dancing senator was saying he came with dollar, pounds, and all that. Since he has degenerated to that level that is money talk, they're trying to secure a delegate. They're trying to reduce or regulate the bribery so everybody have a fair share of bribery, so that one will outweigh the other. We know the war chest of Atiku and Wike, so probably they're trying to balance the sheets so that all delegates have a fair share. So that's how I say. But it's very, 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 very appalling, man. It's sick. It's sickening, and it's a shame. This kind of thing is coming out from a national party that we are hoping to put our hope in, to change our hope, or to give us our hope, to restore our hope. It's really, really sickening. That's how I see it.
All right, Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. So we've danced this dance before, to this same tune before, but is it now going to be tango instead of a waltz with a demand from Sokoto State? So what are you making then?
The question is, has Tambuwal restructured Sokoto? That is coming to restructure Nigeria. These people just come up and play with our emotions, and we fall. Not that we fall for it. Actually, we don't really vote for that stuff they are saying. But at the end of the day, they make it seem like we fall for it. You come and tell us you want to restructure the country. How can that be possible? Like I said, for my own opinion, my own candid opinion, I believe the only way we can put restructuring in that country is the way they took it out. Somebody have to enforce it and stand by it. Okay, maybe a crazy president or a tough president comes in and use executive order to put it. Then he will stand by it. There will be riot in the north. There will be riot in the south. Then the military will come and shoot some few people and say, okay, let's calm down. Let's just leave. Let's try and practice it and see how it goes. That's the only two ways I see it can happen. But Tambuwal's coming to tell us he wants to restructure. Does he have the political tools, might, to do that? He can't. There are people benefiting from that space. What's he going to tell them? I'm not saying possible. It's just that's just lip service politics. That's how I see it.
All right, but he paints a very impressive picture, though, because it speaks to a lot of the things that especially the southern space, that they see must happen if Nigeria is ever going to survive as a country. He's speaking to state policing, he's speaking to resource control, he's speaking to he's speaking to restructuring, and he's speaking to regionalism. He's speaking to all of these talking points that the southern space especially have concluded needs to happen if Nigeria is to survive. So, I mean, the things he's saying are the right things, but is he the right person to push it through?
One man, don't you know the Northerners know that's the right thing to do, the right direction to go to carry the country, to steer the country the right direction? They know. That's why they are hijacking it. That's why the country is like this. Every cabal in Nigeria know these are the things to put in place to make Nigeria work. But for the only reason known to them, they hijacked it to make their own agenda. I don't know how to put it. They know. So he's saying it. It's not like he's saying it, speaking to the northern space. Every cabal, every northerner knows that is the right thing to do. But for some certain reason, they are stopping it, probably to keep Nigeria as one, or probably to keep Nigeria the way it is, so they can continue ruling the country the way it is. So he's saying now is not new to me. I don't think it's new to anybody, or to the people he's telling it to. All the northerners know that too. That we need state police in the north, we need a regional system. They know that, but if we've not put state police in the north, how would Ganduje be controlling people in Kano? It won't happen. They don't want to have a rival. That's the problem. This cabal, they don't want to have a rival when they're in power. They don't want nobody to check them.
You know what I think? I think they don't want guns in the south, because their hold on Nigeria is essentially through force. So if there's gun in the south, then that diminishes somewhat. Like for instance, all these Fulani headsmen that are savaging the whole of the southern space. If the southerners had state policing, which was equipped in a proper way, which they will equip in a proper way, these Fulani headsmen, they wouldn't be able to function, because when this problem was raging in Oyo State, Seyi Makinde went to Buhari, and Buhari chased him away. I said, "You are the governor of your state. I can't help you. Go and sort out your own problem." But what does he do? Does he then go and start punch? Is it punch? He doesn't have any control of anything. When we saw Sanwo-Olu try to step down a police officer in Lagos, the police officer refused his order. He said he got orders from Abubakar Malami, and Sanwo-Olu had no authority to step him down. Sanwo-Olu had to back down. So if you had state policing, then it just by its nature would secure the states more, especially the southern space. But if they are equipped, then the potency, that threat of violence that the North always holds as a whipping hand towards the South, that's somewhat diminished, and this is what they recoil from. They don't want guns in the South, is what it is.
Yeah, one man, you just make it. You said it 100%. You just make my point for me. That's why I said. That's why I was saying. These people they know what to do, but they are holding it back so that they can do what they are doing right now. Because if there's state police, if everybody controls their region, these things that is happening it cannot happen. You cannot, like Seyi Makinde cannot be going to Abuja to go and tell Buhari what's going on, and Buhari will tell him, go back and solve the problem of your state. Meanwhile, Makinde don't control the police and the military in the states. So what can he do? But if Makinde is controlling
and all this idea of arresting people and then somebody phoning you to release them, all that goes out of the question.
All that goes away. So they know that they are using that security leverage over the South.
All that one of Fulani, sorry, not Fulani, but Okada riders chasing police officers in Lagos. All that goes out of the question.
All that goes away. They have to respect themselves now. If you're in my state, you have to behave very well. Not like you cannot do anything to me. If you do anything, of course. Do you know one thing that happened? There's one time because my sister owns a microfinance bank. It has like 4 outlets in Abuja. There's a building my sister wanted to buy. Could you imagine the guy that was holding on to the building was not even a Nigerian, a Malian. He was taking over the building, and he was telling my sister cannot do anything about it. Not a Nigerian, no. He said they must come and settle him first before my son can buy that building. Not even a Nigerian, not even a Fulani, a Malian. You know, so these things is getting, I don't know. We should really do something about it. That state police and all that, I think if we can get it, it will be good. But these are things that Tamba will tell us to come and get our vote, and at the end of the day, they go back to what they're doing before. But they want to continue ruling us the same way.
Sorry, One Piece. Is it even possible for these people to go against their collective northern interest? No matter, it's not possible, in my opinion.
It's never possible. No, see, there's something. Did not always unite in one cause and one cause only. To continue ruling Nigeria the way it is, regardless how we see it. They always say Nigeria same mala. Nigeria must be ruled by a Muslim, regardless. So if you see even Tambuwa or not Tambuwa or even the Christian Northern, when it comes to the North interest, they all vote along the regional line, the North, which is somehow so funny to me. And that will tell you that they don't want the country to move forward. For me, I would say the North doesn't have they don't have business in governing that country. All they are looking for is a land. Imagine people that live inside the bush, what they know about currency, what they know about GDP and the rest. They don't care. All they need is land. You know, so this is really, really, I don't know.
It's a difficult situation, but thank you, World Peace. Let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and get back to Babakure, who has now rejoined us. To that space of the Dane, this is the space that I'm going to with Babakure, but Alexander super chats to it. He says, obsessed, crazy, Caucasian, shake my head. So it's exactly, but even criminal and somewhat dangerous, pure evil. The wife, one thing, but a 3-year-old child. That's just so Babakure, good to have you back. So I'm not sure, did you hear the narrative of the Danish guy that did away with his wife and then subsequently his daughter? The Lagos court now pronounced the death penalty by hanging, but do you think that he'll be able to get away with it, Babakure?
Well, I heard about it. How long was that? I think it has been like 2 years now, right?
I think the verdict may well have just come in recently. I'm not sure how long ago, but the story came out today.
Okay. Well, I think somebody already mentioned what I also think here before. Like me, I do not the issue of hanging and stuff like that. I think it is very bad. They need to remove it from the punishment for the capital punishment. You can put somebody in life imprisonment and stuff like that. However, since this is coming from Danish, but my own case is going to be different to what that person said, that they may release the person very soon and stuff like that. I don't think when Nigeria want to do something to, they really stand on it. So he commit the crime in Nigeria, so he has to serve the term in Nigeria. But that issue of hanging, that is what I do not like out of it. They can put him in imprisonment, life imprisonment. That's
you think hold on, Babakure. I'm not sure if you know what is being said. So listen to this. Court sentences Dane to death by hanging for killing Nigerian wife and daughter. Peter Nielsen, a Danish national, has been condemned to death by hanging for killing his Nigerian wife and daughter. Justice Bolanle Okikiolu of the Lagos State High Court on Friday convicted Mr. Nielsen, 54, on 2 counts of murder. The charges were preferred against Mr. Nielsen by the Lagos State government. The Dane was charged with the death of his wife and singer Zainab and their 3-year-old daughter Petra. Lagos State government accused him of smothering. So smothering will be to place something like a pillow on somebody's face, and then so Lagos state government accused him of smothering Miss Zainab and Petra to death at 3:45 a.m. At blah 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 Banana Island, Ikoyi, Lagos. Mr. Nelson was arraigned on June the 13th, 2018. He pleaded not guilty to the two counties. So that's essentially the backdrop. So he suffocated them to death, both his wife and his daughter. You think a death penalty is excessive for that?
Even though with what you just read, there is no issue of premeditated in that. There is no evidence suggesting that he planned it. Though he may kill them.
What of the one for his daughter, Baba Akure? Is that not? Don't you see that as premeditated?
It is not premeditated. There is no evidence suggesting that it's premeditated. But whichever the way, they can give him life imprisonment. The issue of anger is too barbaric. It should be out. It is outdated.
Please, Baba Akure, can I ask you a question? If somebody killed two people, not immediately, one after the other, of course, there is no doubt that is premeditated now. Or did it fall on top of them by mistake?
Anyway, so it was not the same day that he killed two of them.
It could be the same day, but not the same time. As long as it didn't happen in the same time.
You cannot steep. It is not premeditated, because premeditated you have to have that in mind for some times. In fact, you've already planned step by step before you carry out the.
What if he had it in mind for 30 minutes? Is that not also something?
No. There is no way to prove that. You cannot prove that.
I'm aware of this particular story before.
Baba Akure, are you acting or you are serious?
I'm very serious. That is the law.
You are acting alawada. You are acting awada keri keri.
It's not.
You are acting awada keri keri here this evening.
No, it's not issue. It's not issue of awada. That's just the fact.
Which fact? Somebody killed. Look, he killed.
So much of Canada.
And these are female. He killed women. He killed the wife and the daughter. And you are saying that is not premeditated.
So it is not premeditated, Professor John Lekoko. Premeditated. You have to have series of planning before that act carried out. You cannot say, okay, because I'm not supporting him anyway, but the facts still remain. They can give him life imprisonment. But the issue of hanging, it doesn't warrant that, because it is not premeditated.
Hold on, Baba Akure.
Yes, sir.
Our law define that when you murder somebody, you will be sentenced to death. Okay. That is the law. Okay. Law is law. In Canada, where you are there,
even in the United States.
In Canada, where you are there, the law says if you commit this offense, this is what the law, this is the cost that the law will take on you. Look, law
as a matter of fact, it's supposed to be
this is our law. This is our law. In Saudi Arabia, if you carry cocaine enter Saudi Arabia or any one of those countries, you know that it is in the public. Loma guillotine or anything. Law is law. Baba Akure, law is law. This is our law. We have to stick by it. And that guy.
It's not even manslaughter. It is murder.
It is murder. It is murder.
It is second degree murder.
Whether it is second degree or 21st degree murder.
What's the difference between second degree and first degree murder?
First degree murder is premeditated. You've already premeditated. You've already planned. There's a series of actions you've already taken before you commit that murder.
Baba Akure,
yes, sir.
By virtue of the fact that they've given him the death penalty, then that will suggest that they considered it first degree.
That's right.
Because if it's second degree, they will just give him a lengthy sentence.
But you know, our justice system, do they really know what they are doing? But anyway, Nigeria is Nigeria. But to me, they can give him life imprisonment. And what I want to point out is that somebody mentioned that they may before we know what's happening, the man may get out through back door and go to Danish. I mean, go to Denmark. If Nigeria really want to do something, they do it. They don't make joke. It doesn't really matter where you come from. They want to knock you hard, they knock you hard. That's it. So Nigeria may be going through a lot of rough time and all kind of things. If Nigeria, if we really want to get something serious, we get it serious. We don't make it. So
you and I know that man cannot survive in a Nigerian prison.
I know, he cannot. But at the same time, I can see where that person is also coming from. They might use a diplomatic something to maybe to
exchange, prisoner exchange.
Well, that is if we have any prisoner. We have any prisoner in Denmark. So
there's always a prisoner.
Anyway, if there is such an agreement between Denmark government and Nigeria, then they can do that. But Nigeria is a very funny place as well. Money can change hand, and then they let him spend maybe 10 years and they send him back home.
You know, there's an arrangement. I think there's in the UK.
Yes, that they will send him to his home country
to go and serve the soil. Yeah. But we don't want that in Nigeria. We want this man to serve in Nigeria.
Look, this time, women in that country, in Nigeria, all those organizations, NGO that are fighting for women should jump out and make it a big issue and let the government know that this guy must not be exchanged for any diplomatic arrangement. This guy must the full wrath of the law must visit this guy, and they must join. If they appeal, the women must mobilize their forces. All their NGO must be attending that cause to make sure that up to the Supreme Court they confirm the death sentence on this guy, and this guy must be eliminated to show that yes,
no, that is too rough. That is too rough.
Look at what are you talking about there,
Baba? How can you have sympathy for someone that
is too rough?
CBD, please.
Baba Akure.
Yes.
Baba Akure. If you don't even look at the wife, you don't even want to consider the daughter. Do you know what that daughter?
3-year-old.
3-year-olds. You don't even consider the future? What daughter would have achieved in life if she's not killed?
Then you think
that guy is a criminal. That guy is a criminal.
So then you
he's
think
a murderer.
So you
and
think
he must not be spared.
Then you think hanging him, we find solution to that?
That yes, he will send a lesson.
Other people.
He will deter other people.
Amnesty International will start to promote
things like that doesn't deter people. It doesn't deter people. It is just that.
Yes, Baba, you're right. You're right. In Nigeria, our prison system is punitive. While it's supposed to be reformatory, it is punitive.
Let me tell you, Baba, what you are saying.
Gone beyond the issue of retribution system, man.
What you are saying, Baba, correct that it doesn't deter people.
Yes.
How many Nigerians carry cocaine to Saudi Arabia and all those places the way they used to do before?
Because they are not civilized.
No. What do you mean by not civilized?
You mean that they never carry they don't carry cocaine to those places anymore? Is that what you are saying?
No. What I'm saying is that the cases has reduced drastically because they don't fear anybody. Okay. So if we can use this guy to teach others a lesson that you dare not kill anybody in this country. Don't think that because of the color of your skin or you think you are superior, you just want to come to our land and kill anybody. And our law specifically says that when you commit murder, this is what we must not change. We must stand by that law. And that is the best way. Don't be brainwashed by Western way of doing things. All this Western propaganda. Don't be brainwashed by all these things. We have look. Hold on. Let me make this point. Even in America, where we are, If you go and commit nonsense in Texas, it is death sentence. When they say death sentence in Texas,
yeah, they do that.
Forget it. You are gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Texas will not spare you.
That Aaron Swastika was
you are gone in Texas.
Professor Ajanlego, it doesn't work that way.
Oh, Joker. Okay.
It doesn't work that way. You have to, even in the same US you're talking about, in the same Texas you are talking about, you have to premeditate. There must be a series.
No, forget about premeditation. We remember, forget about premeditated. What I'm saying, once you have been sentenced to death in Texas, only God can save you. Once you have been sentenced to death, you'll be gone.
Ajalego, see,
in New York is different. You could be spared in New York, but in Texas,
there are sufficient evidences that suggest that death penalty doesn't even deter criminals. Even some, if they know they will be found guilty, we even commit suicide before we will even get them. So what's that telling you? It's telling you that the death never feel pains. Some, once they get themselves involved, some even go into serious mental illness that they terminated themselves even before they are terminated. So what's that telling you? But when you suggest some people to some kind of long-term pains, they are not dead, they are alive to face the consequences of their destiny. That is even more scary than when some people, you see some of these hardened criminals, once you get them, even some of them even jump from as high as possible just to make sure they end it before they are even caught. So there are evidences everywhere to support that death penalty does not deter some of these criminals that actually commit that offenses that are meant for capital punishment. To me personally, if they are caught, let them go and suffer it. Let them, maybe for example, someone that can just wake up and just enjoy himself, all of a sudden you restrain that person for life. That kind of pain is worse than immediate death, because that person never feel anything.
Ola, my question is, can this man even survive in a Nigerian prison? I don't know where they're keeping him now, but in the Nigerian prison that I know, this man cannot survive 3 months without falling sick and dying.
If he has money, forget it. We bribe the officials.
To do what? To live in a different space.
Because there are some prisoners in Nigeria that you don't even know whether they are prisoners or not. The only thing is that they cannot leave that place. That's the only thing. We've even had a situation whereby some prisoners, they even go to their house, to their apartment in the night to sleep and come back in the morning. Of course, yes, I heard that this year.
Don't listen to all these Canadian people. All these online, Baba, today they have been brainwashed by all this, by Canada. They've been brainwashed by Canada. That's why they're talking like that.
Is it not the case of Abakari? No. I'm not saying...
Canada culture has brainwashed them.
So somebody will leave prison, go to his house and sleep, and come back the next day.
Is it not Abakari? Okay, I will Google it now. If I Google it, I heard it myself. This is not a story. I can't even remember that person.
When he's not on house arrest.
Oh, see, some wealthy people sentenced to jail in Nigeria that was supposed to be in a prison, they bribe the prison officials. They sleep in their house, in their home, and they not appear in the prison only whenever they want to. Yeah, I'm saying it live and brought this in. So you can Google and cross-check this fact, because when I say this thing, I'm not just saying it just out of my own conjecture. I'm not trying to figure it out. So I'm just telling you how terrible our environment is. If you have money in Nigeria, whether in prison, they can bribe the prison officials and still enjoy their life normally. So it depends. But if you don't have money,
Wama, can I interject a bit?
You can, but let me acknowledge Plenty Water super chat first, which is super chatted to the Okada narrative and the policing system within Lagos and the wider Nigerian environment. And this is what our Plenty Water has to say in that regard. He's saying now, are we too big as a nation to ask for foreign help on full police restructuring and new age orientation from countries that have gotten it right to an extent? So what he's saying is and by the way, what they needed to do is to contact Scotland Yard, and they will give them a template for policing in Lagos and even the whole of Nigeria that will work. But the arrogance of it, you're asking if we're too big. There's the suggestion that they consider themselves too big, even though they're too little. When Goodluck Jonathan brought in those South African mercenaries to clear out Borno, and they were succeeding, Buhari came in and flushed them out, and we see what that led to. So Plenty Water super chats to that security space. Are we too big as a nation to ask for foreign help on full police restructuring and new age orientation from countries that have gotten it right to an extent? So that's what our Plenty Water super chats to that policing situation in Lagos. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. Tony, you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. The way you guys are discussing about this matter is the reason why life has no value any longer in Nigeria. Apart from Ajani Koko anyway. Thank you, Ajani Koko, for trying your best there. I mean, what the hell? You kill somebody, you die. When you kill by the sword, you die by cutlass. You know what I'm saying? So this guy should be eliminated. It should be, eliminated so that to serve as a deterrent to anybody that think that he can just come to Nigeria and take any Nigerian citizen's life. You know what I'm saying?
I have a question for you, right?
Okay.
So, how many Nigerians, how many Ghanaians travel to the United States, because I'm going to put this one to Ajan Lekoko now, kill their wives and even commit the same murder, just like this person? So what they do to them?
No. That's what they be. That's why they tell that you have been brainwashed with a Canadian system. But for me, no. For me, you guys have been speaking since. I didn't want to interject because I don't want to offend one man. This is my old time now. So those guys that are committing this offense in the United States, they know that they're going to get the right punishment. But in Nigeria, where somebody can just come tomorrow, even ordinary local government chairman can go pardon this guy because he's a white man. Is that what you want to see? So Danish people are very nice people, but this very bad egg should be taken off immediately.
Is that the reason why they have to send them to death by hanging?
That is a penalty for drug offense in Singapore. Talk less of killing somebody. So when you
we are talking of advanced country. We are not talking of Singapore.
No. But in advanced country, Singapore is an advanced country, but it is death penalty. So when you kill somebody, you die by cutlass. It's very simple.
I am putting it to you now because you are saying that some people say okay because the demand is white. What happened to those Nigerians and Ghanaians that kill their own family too in US? What do they give to them? Do they have to say, "Oh, okay, because they are black"? That's why we have to. That's why we have to sentence them to die by lethal injection or through execution.
Let me tell you, Baba Kure, you see, the law in the United States is dynamic. Some states have death sentence in some death sentence to murder cases, and some does not have it. Some have life imprisonment. Some have maybe 30 years, depending on the degree of the offense. So it is dynamic because it is different between state and state. So, but I'm telling you, in Texas, if you are found guilty of murder and judgment that you must be terminated, forget it. You'll be gone.
But
It's not New York.
death
And the
sentence
death,
has
let me
not
tell you,
reduced crime in Texas. That is what I'm
it
asking.
reduces, Allah, you don't know.
What?
It reduces compared to what we have in New York, compared to what we have in California and some.
I have some statistical figure before me here.
So no, let's not go into the statistics, but let's leave it just on a surface level. Yeah, go on.
So what I'm telling you is that it deters all these criminals from killing people. So, and we are talking our own, we are developing country, or maybe we should just classify ourselves as underdeveloped country. We have seen cases in Saudi Arabia, in some of the Asian countries, that their law is, they have it in their law that sent death sentence if you carry cocaine. And if we look back, the cases of people carrying cocaine into that country has reduced drastically. As a result of death sentence, a lot of our people have been killed, and they have stepped back because they know they don't play. This is no mercy. Nigerians in so many cases have intervened to plead. They did not listen. The law is law, and they are committed to their law. So on this case of ours, our law should be our law, and we should be committed to that law. And that is the only way we can stand as a nation of law. We are a nation of law. We must let the law take its course on cases like this. Murder. Two persons to be killed freely like that, and you want to let that person go?
I think we'll be racist here. You
this is not a matter of racism. Humanity.
I think we are right now. What happened to those Boko Haram? So what happened to them? What sentence did they give them?
Well,
I'm not saying that what this guy did is right, but I'm just saying that rather than condemning to be hanged, the best way to me, give him life imprisonment.
What we are saying that our law,
life imprisonment. So
if our law does not guarantee, does not give him life imprisonment, if our law says death sentence, let us allow that law to take its full course. That is my position.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's our law. We should let that law work. We're let's be lawful nation, at least for the first time. Let us not let some a criminal minded to kill a woman and a baby. 3 years old is a baby, and it can just take and for that matter a female. No, it's criminal. He has had it in mind for a long time. This your definition of premeditated. I don't buy it. He has had it in mind for a long time that when I do this, when I finish this woman, I will do the same thing for the daughter. That's a guy with a very, very bad mind, a dark heart. He must not live.
There is no evidence suggesting that Professor Ajanlekoko, you have to have the evidence suggesting that he has been planning it. It is just that when you're talking about premeditated.
If one man just told you that if the court if the court are not convinced that it's premeditated, they wouldn't have sentenced him to death now. That is what one man told you.
In Nigeria,
don't you know? You want to tell me that Nigeria, when it comes to doing the right thing, Nigeria can do the right thing. No, it's only when they want to do some shady deeds. Yes, we know we can. But when it comes to doing the right thing and fighting and do it the way it's supposed to do, if Nigerians stand up to do something good, yeah, they can do it very good. And I'm telling you on this, hold on one man. I mean, sorry, Baba Kure. Danish embassy will have hired a top lawyer to represent this guy at the court. Do you believe that?
No doubt about that.
Okay. So when you see Nigerian lawyers standing in defense of those that are murdered, you know that it was a very, very costly. That lawyer must have done a very good job to convince the court that this guy committed a premeditated murder.
Yeah,
so
but you know one of the problems we are having in Nigeria is that because our judicial system it does not involve a jury to decide. It is just a judge that, okay, when you hear from prosecutor, you hear from the defense attorney, then judge just look at the book and just decide. So that is why they could give that man even death sentence by hanging.
Well, let me tell you, this happened in Lagos State. Lagos State, among other states, other states, Lagos State judiciary is, stand better than any other state within the federation. I guarantee you that.
I know for sure that they will appeal the case anyway.
Yeah, so they let them appeal. That's why I'm urging women all around the world. Some of you that are women on this program, Bonksma and others, if you know some of those NGOs in Nigeria, you need to furnish them with this judgment and let them know that it is time for them to stand up for that woman, so that Nigerian government will not play
Professor Ajanleko, you've been racist here, man.
This is a way of standing for humanity. I'm standing for human. My heart bleeds.
Yes.
When I heard this story that a woman and a daughter are eliminated. That's a generation. That's a generation.
Yes.
Generational loss right there.
Babakure, that man, that Oyibo man, not the original Oyibo. If not good Oyibo man, as he just do that, he finish, will just cook by himself. You know what I mean? That's how the Oyibo people behave. So that means
actually he won't do that now because he knows he can get away with it. That's what
yes, thank you, sir. Yes. You know, because a normal white man would do that. After doing that, he will just kill himself also without.
So Professor Ajanleko, we have to go back to the issue of,
that's a generational loss that there. Right there.
We are going to go back to the issue of northern part of Nigeria again. This issue of Deborah Samuel. So, what do you see to that? Because if you are talking about this man, it means that you're being racist against this man.
Oh no! You can't call that.
I still make my point clear. I am not saying that what he did was right, but the fact still remain. I think, in my own opinion, he should be given 2 life imprisonment rather than sentenced by hanging.
Our law is our law. Let us use our law. Let us make our law to work.
Don't we have that law when somebody is stoned to death and burnt? Don't we have that law?
That one is criminality. That one is religious fanaticism and religious criminality. We condemn it, and it's shameful that is happening in modern day in our country. That's very shameful. But and it's our system failure. If we don't have leadership failure, rather, that will not happen. If we have a country where you see leaders can say there's no can be no, and their yes can do yes, and they are not scared of standing for the right thing at all time, that kind of situation will not happen. Up to now, the government of the government of Sokoto State and the government of Niger State have not visited that family of that lady that was eliminated by those religious criminals. So it is shameful. We have that.
In what country to visit their dead president?
And you have Tambua, who is the governor of Sokoto State, where that incident happened. I've not visited that the family. I've not sent government official to console the family. Contesting for presidential election.
Why do you think they have refused to not go there? What do you think is the motivation behind them ignoring that story?
That's why I said, you mean the Tambua?
Yeah, and the president.
And that's why I said, Yala, that's a leadership failure. And it's because of their fear of reprisal from their criminal, religious fanatics people, and political expediency. That is why they didn't want to take action. It's very unfortunate.
Like Atiku, you mean like Atiku withdrew
like
statement?
Atiku, that one that makes statement and withdrew the statement too. It's just for political expediency. They're so scared. They don't want a backlash from their people because they know they are wild. They are violent people. When it comes to religious matter, they are wild. They are wild animal. When it comes to religious, they turn to wild animal. They are no more human being. So it's shameful, my people.
But that's my concern with him. Like, on one hand, you need their votes. On the other hand, you don't want to stand for the right things, because if you stand for the right things, you don't get the votes. So you're stuck.
You don't get the phone. Yeah.
So you're stuck in between doing the right thing and winning the elections. So it's very tough.
They are just stupid people. If all of them are stood up and condemn it and stand by it, the people will have no choice but to vote for one of them that are standing up against this criminality.
Yeah, but Daniel Koko, what you said is what has to happen for it to have any effect. If all of the voices unanimously come with the same condemnation, but if one person, like you said, Atiku broke out to condemn, but everybody else kept silent, so he was just left hanging.
Yes.
So you say, so they all have to condemn it in equal measure for it to have any meaning.
That's it.
But some people also they see an opening. So if some people do that, they will exploit that hole to further their own political agenda as well.
That's right.
So, but that's what played out. Some people actually backed it. Some people are backed it. So even Dangote's son-in-law, he backed it.
He backed it.
Yeah, so
do you know that
making political capitals out of it?
They use those fanatics to that the politicians are the ones basically using those guys the way they want. Anytime that extremism will favor them, they'll back it. So
even when Lamido Sanusi came out, he said he condemned the what happened to the girl, but to the lady. But then he said blasphemy is a serious matter that should never be tolerated. So that somewhat excuses it.
So he's playing both sides. So he's playing both sides.
That's the most moderate of the voices will only ever toe that line. But the more extreme ones, they would say that she was deserving of it. And one of the aides in Sokoto State government, he came out and said 99.9% times that will repeat again. If you do it, if anybody else tries it, the same consequences. So a lot of people making,
But do you know that Gumi stood strong, condemned the killing, and he said Holy Quran did not approve anybody to kill for the sake of Holy Prophet. He stood by it, and he said that he even said that there's a curse on those people that.
Yeah, he said whoever does it will not smell the fragrance of Al-Jannah for 40 years.
For 40 years. So look at him.
So after 40 years, what happened, old man?
I don't know. I'm not of that faith.
People will think that somebody like Gumi would be the one in the lead, supporting those people, but he came out strongly against it, and he stood by what he believed in. He cited what is in the Quran against the killing of innocent person, particularly somebody that is not a Muslim. That is the most important answer. He said somebody that is not a Muslim, you cannot charge that person for blasphemy against the Holy Prophet, and you cannot kill that person. It's just unfortunate that all these leaders we have, they are coward, and all they are after is just anything that will win election for them. But Baba Kure is just unfortunate. But on this one, On this guy, I know he cannot go free. He cannot go free.
All right. Let's get back to Baba Akure to round off his thoughts on that space, and then I'll move on to Ola to carry on with the conversation. So Baba Akure, back to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ajanlegoku and everybody and those who comment here. Well, I still stand on what I said. We shouldn't be racist here, and the man should be given 2 life imprisonments. That is my take on that.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So thank you, Baba Akure. So that was Baba Akure. Let's go on then from Baba Akure to Ola and recycle all the talking points again. But let's start you off, Ola, with where Baba Akure stopped off. A lot of people are somewhat pleased, I would say myself included, that this sentence has come in, and we're somewhat hopeful, I would say myself included, that this punishment should be carried out, because this guy, he would have, and I don't buy that the idea that it's not premeditated, because you can say one instance is an accident, but then if he then went on subsequently to do it again to somebody else, then that says that shows already intent. In law, they say criminal action, criminal thought, mens reas, also, yeah, I can't quite remember, yes, but so there's somewhat intent already established there, but a lot of people feel that the law, this sentence should be carried out. But what are your thoughts on that space, Ola?
Yeah, for someone to kill 2 people, and at what instant is it immediate, or there are just several minutes away from one death, or it's just almost the same time?
Well, it's smaller than to death, so obviously you can't do it both at the same. So there'll be a gap in between.
Because what I'm saying is, if it is one, that may be due to maybe instant reaction or maybe provoke. So you may want to say maybe because of his reaction, maybe the manslaughter. But if you kill someone, you kill the first person and now move ahead to kill the second fellow, it is difficult to prove because already they'll be able to establish. I'm not a lawyer, but at least we've been able to establish sequence there. So at least one, you do the first one, yeah, it could be mistake, but the second one cannot be mistake. No, I think it's a murder. So then on the death sentence, well, if the law says that kind of offense is death sentence, well, there's nothing I can say about that. Well, the law is the law. But we're just looking at the other time we're just discussing that whether someone that was sentenced to death will actually feel any punishment. To me, it's just my own. I join the opinion of those people because I have my reason for supporting those people that say the capital punishment should be abolished. The first instance is in case maybe someone is set up and they later discover that, oh, this guy didn't commit that offense. Yeah, that means you can reverse it. But if you already hang that person, then it has become irreversible. So, but the real criminal that you can actually prove that this one commit murder, yeah, if the law of your country says is by hanging, yeah, of course, there's nothing you can do about that. But if there any chance for them to serve life imprisonment, of course, yes, if I happen to be the one to pass that type of judgment, I will pass that life imprisonment because that is when it can feel the pains. But someone that is hanged now, maybe that person is gone forever and cannot even feel anything. But for someone that can keep now thinking, oh, I die know every year for the rest of his life, that pains will be there. So, and whosoever that will see some kind of person like that is suffering, that is bearing the pains of the offense he has committed for a very long year, the person should be able to now re-examine and say, oh, will I want to find myself in the same situation as this guy? So that's why I said, okay, I don't support capital punishment. But in the case of this guy, I think, in my own opinion, I'm not a lawyer, it will be very difficult to say that was not premeditated. It is going to be very difficult because you've already done one and you move to the second one. oh my goodness, it's very hard to prove.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Ola. And to the Okada space, police begin manhunt for foreigners operating Okada in Lagos State. So your thoughts on that, Ola?
You see that GBT of man hunting for the foreigner is still the GBT there, because our security operative to this type of crisis gives them opportunity to even further enrich themselves. If you want to ban Okada totally. This idea of we are looking for the foreigners is rubbish, because this issue of foreigners or this thing naturally is supposed to be the duty of the immigration services, not of that of the police. Because just imagine a bona fide Nigerian now that look like someone from a Niger Republic, and a policeman will now be saying, identify yourself. What if that person doesn't? Is it every Nigerian, for example, that carries a passport, identity card? No. Even you can even still see foreigners that can speak indigenous language very well, and I bet it's still, and you can put it's still a foreigner. So to me, if you want to ban Okada, and saying that that will amount to taking the livelihood of people away. To me, see, we can find excuses for any irregularity. You understand? Like some people that we kill for religious purpose today, we have some kind of barbaric excuse for it. Like so to me, there are a lot of things you can do, but as long as the law is not supporting that thing, then you should not do that. So if the law of that country will not want Okada to operate today, irrespective of whether it's providing some people food or whatever, please ban that. It doesn't mean that people cannot change their way. You see, so some people are still farmers today that they left their farming just because of not just because of, I know that there are this issue of herdsmen or whatever. Even before the issue of herdsmen, they left their farming and they face Okada because they see Okada as a means to quick money. Some people, they learn other trades that they left that, and they see Okada as another way of getting money. Even there are this some of our security operative, the army, the police, and whenever they are off duty, the next thing they carry the Okada. So to me, once we have something that is creating some kind of nuisance, that is creating some, because we are looking at the insecurity only from, like I said the other time, from maybe someone is robbing someone. We are not even looking at when we have a cache of foreign, a very big cache of a foreign foreign element just coming into our country that we are unable to identify, and the only thing they are doing is riding Okada. By the time that we need all these people to create problem, we won't be able to control them. And as it is today, people are saying, okay, we should control Okada. How do we control when we cannot even manage the normal vehicle we have in Nigeria today? How do we control them? Okay, now, for example, now, here now, you know that if you ride, maybe you have radar that will capture your plate number. You have a system that will send your ticket. If you don't pay that ticket, they will report to credit bureau that we have impact on your credit, that will make life unbearable for you. How do you do that in Nigeria? So when we don't have capacity to do that. So when we don't have capacity to enforce like we have here, we have to go to the rudiment, to the basic. What's the basic here in control? Whenever you want to introduce business, a control man will tell you that if you cannot prevent fraud from this, the business cannot go live. So if we cannot guarantee security of life and property, you don't allow that type of business to exist. So as for Okada now, they create they create a situation whereby some people have life-threatening injury. Some people they are incapacitated forever due to the maintenance of Okada. You cannot even walk on the walkway. There's not even, let's assume there's not even walkway in Nigeria, for example. See the type of insecurity they are causing now, that a pedestrian will be walking along the through the walk path, and you will see Okada be training them, and they won't even allow them to even move. So to me, there are a lot to consider. So the benefit of eliminating Okada in Lagos outweigh whatever livelihood we want to talk about. And like I rightly said the other time, we should not be responsible for creating jobs for
Nigeria. All right, thank you, Ola. Ola, I'm going to present you the next set of talking points, but if you can, in sonnet, not in prose, in sonnets, not in prose. So let me take you to the next talking point. I want to be president to change your lives, Lawan tells Nigerians. So what are you then making then of the Senate president agitating for the presidency?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say fully about that because you see, it is common for our politician now to take some kind of buzzword or something that Nigeria will want to hear to make life better for Nigerians. What's the definition of making life better? What's the definition? So to me, making life better is what anybody can say. Just like the man we have here, sometimes they say, I will fight corruption was the only thing that he was saying. At the end of the day, he can't even fight anything. It's even worse than those people that he was accusing of corruption. So just like Tambuwal too, for example, when Tambuwal too is talking of restructuring, for example, yeah, when people are talking of restructuring, good. The first question I was going to ask is, what has the like of Tambuwal, for example, what has he done to prove that he can restructure Nigeria? In his state, assuming he has conducted local government election, for example, is he allowing the revenue or the allocation for the local government from Abuja to go to that local government first? Yeah, if you are doing that, then you are showing not example that you can restructure the country so that you as a governor, you won't sit on the local government allocation, that you let it go to them directly. Yeah, you are telling me you are going to restructure. So many of these people that will come to you, they are not actually showing the evidences that they can actually restructure the country. For example, now, Lawan that is talking about now, has he ever come around, use his influence to say, okay, Nigerians today, we don't even have money to even manage it, to run the government, but we have the legislators, for example, that are feeding fat, that are feeding fat on the resources of the country. So you that you want to restructure, even wherever you are, you should demonstrate how you want to restructure. Then the little you do, we can able to believe you that okay, you can even expand then across the board and do that. To me, Lawan is just another person seeking power for the fun of keeping themselves in power to protect all the evils they've done in the past. Because once a politician commits an evil, they want to remain in power forever to protect themselves. That is how I view most, if not almost every one of our politicians. That's my own take on that.
All right, thank you, Ola. So I was going to take you to the Tambuwal space, but it looks as though you've covered that somewhat. Tambuwal pledges to restructure Nigeria if elected president. So he sings all the hits tunes. So he's talking about restructuring, the devolution of power, fiscal federalism, state policing. So all these songs that are popular hit songs, that the space, especially the Southerners, want to hear. So he speaks to all of that to say that that will be his priority. But then, of course, we've heard that tune from his like before, Ola.
No, like I said, a person like him now lie in the talk. Lie in the talk, because as a Senate president, there are laws he could have done using his position to prove to us that this is the way to go. As a matter of fact,
no, it's not the Senate president, it's the Sokoto state governor.
Oh, that's Tambuwal. Sorry, Lawan. Yeah. Sorry, I'm covering Lawan now. Yeah. So yeah, like Sokoto state governor, like what I have for him is this: in case if he's listening to us, he should show us the evidence of how he has allowed the revenue allocation accrue to the local government, how it's allowing those money to go to the local government chairpersons, and for them to decide how to use that to develop the local government. If he cannot show this one, he should just please just keep quiet and stop talking of restructuring. So to me, I don't believe the rubbish he's talking about. It was in the National Assembly before. I could not see what he did to reposition the country along the evolution of power. Now, he's in that state now. Yeah, like I said, credit. He conducted the local government elections. I could see that. But then, when Buhari, even as bad as Buhari is, for example, he wanted the allocation of the local government to go straight to the local government. And Tampuai, for example, is one of those people hijacking that local government that local government allocation. So he should come to us and let us know how he has allowed the local government to function on their own. If he can prove that, then to me, I will trust him. Other than that, he's just another one guys to using some kind of beautiful song to singing some beautiful song to our ears. So to me, it's better to trust Satan than to trust Nigerian politicians. So that's just the way I see.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ola. So, Ola, then to the Imo State space where they've come up with a bribe list and they've put price tags to bribery allocating to different stratas of political offices. So, Imo State comes up with the list. Imo PDP orders all aspirants to pay millions of naira as a stipend to party delegates for primary elections. So what are you then making then of the formalization of bribery and rebranding it as stipends, Ola?
Honestly, they've not done anything differently from what both APC and PDP they'll be doing. So it's still the same. So everybody is just like branding its own different way. You know, when you have you can have the same source of product, but you now attach different brand name to it, all those stuff. So it's not different from APC that is asking aspirant to be picking ticket for 100 million. It's not different. The only thing that is surprising us today is that these people, they are now too bold now. They are very bold now. They are now doing this thing for the masses to see. They are telling the masses that say, you can go to hell, we don't care. So to me, the Imo State politicians, they are not doing anything differently. So to me, whether they APC formalize this, but they just try to make it look beautiful. That so that we won't allow some serious people to pick up the form. At the end of the day, we have how many people that pick that form? Many people pick the same form. So to me, it's still the same thing. At the end of the day, when they make that money, what are they going to do with those money? They still share. So APC is getting its own through its candidate, is sharing. Then the Imo State people, they are doing the same thing. So everything to me is still the same. No difference. They are just branding it differently. That's what I can say about that.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go then on from Ola to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, so we recycle the talking points again. The Lagos State moves to wipe the streets of cleanse the streets rather of this Fulani infestation that goes via the moniker of Okada riders. So about time, would you say, the state moves sending the police out?
Lagos State government, particularly the governor, must not back down. He must stand by the law. Is it law or an order? He must stand by it. Lagos State is a state of excellence, and we must not allow criminality. We must not allow some criminals hiding under the cover of riding Okada to destabilize Lagos or constitute nuisance and criminality at the detriment of the security of Lagos. That must not be allowed. The government, number one responsibility of every government is to secure life and property. But when you see a situation where life and property is threatened, by some miscreants, and the government does not stand up to its responsibility to put an end to that, then that government is a failure. So Sanwo-Olu, for standing up, for saying, yes, this is what I'm going to do, I think he has done well. And to my surprise, most of these people, according to information, they are not even Nigerians. They're from Niger. They're from Chad. That is, I mean, that is unacceptable. How did they make it in? How did they make it in all the way from the northern border of the country to inside here and all the way down to the extreme end of the country, right from the north, from the top of the country, top side of the country to the downward side of the country? We must not allow this. We must not allow this. So these people should be arrested if they are seen, and they should be taken. They should be arrested. They should be identified. If they are not Nigerians, they should be taken immediately and handed them over to the immigration for onward transmission to their country, to their various country. They must not be allowed to stay in Lagos. And those that are even Nigerians that does not have any place of residence, they don't have a particular place that they live, they should be identified as well and sent back to their state of origin. They can't just come to Lagos and constitute nuisance. You don't have a place of residence, and you just come to Lagos and be acting funny and acting crazy and constitute threat to the security. No, they should be taken out. So what the government has done, I support it in totality. And the government task force, I believe Lagos State can do it. Lagos State have the ability and the capability to fund the Nigerian police. In fact, the Lagos State government, the governor have done one thing wonder today. He invited or he called all the DPOs around Lagos, all the assistant, what did they call them?
Commissioners.
Assistant commissioners, all of them in Lagos areas. He called all of them and all the DPOs around Lagos State. He make it serious to them that he is serious to back them up with every resources and everything they need to achieve results on this course. He's very serious about it. Lagos State government is very serious. They must not back down. They must not allow any political influence, to it must not surrender to any political influence whatsoever, because you don't play politics with security. We have seen what they have done in the north. They play politics with security, and the country is suffering it. Lagos State is an economy within an economy. Lagos State economy is bigger than the economy of Ghana. It's the 7th largest economy in Africa. And as such, the state must stand up. The governor the governor must see himself as the president of one of the is like a president of one of the country in Africa, because the economy of Lagos State is bigger than many countries in Africa. So the Lagos State government must not back down. It must stand up. It must not play politics. It must not allow political influence from any quarters whatsoever, to reverse his decision or to make him back down. It must not allow it. and all these leaders of Hausas that are calling, all the Sirikis and all the rest that are calling for Lagos State to back down, and they are threatening with 2.7 million votes. I think the governor should send a sound of warning to them that, look, if you cannot guarantee, if you cannot sign a legal document that guarantee that these people are not criminal, you cannot stand up for them, because majority of them are not Nigerians. They are criminals.
Should someone even arrest those Serikis?
It should send a sound of warning. It should send a warning to all of them that they should stop backing criminals, because most of those people are criminals. It should send a warning. It should be serious. It should be serious. It should let them know that, no, we can't tolerate this, and none of you should just be talking all this nonsense. It should be serious to stand firm as a president of a country, because Lagos is the 7th largest economy in Lagos. In Africa. We must not allow some criminals from outside the country to come and destroy Lagos for us. They allow them. They are complicit in this nonsense that is happening in Nigeria. They are complicit because they speak Fulani together. They speak the same language. They see them as brothers from different countries, and they allow them in. They let them ravage their own place. The same thing they want to come and allow to happen here. If the government don't do it now, if the government don't stand firm, I'm telling you, if this thing should continue in the next 5 years, Lagos State will be in a very serious. We are going to have a very serious security problem in Lagos, and we don't want that. Lagos is a place, is a center of excellence, and we need to improve better. We need Lagos to look like a modern city, and to look like a modern city, we must have a good, security of life and property must be guaranteed. And once that is achieved in Lagos, the others, economic successes and economic the economy of Lagos will improve better, be more attractive to international investors. And we that in abroad, we can go back home and settle home. We don't want nonsense. We don't want all this criminal. So,
So, sorry. Do you know? Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Do you know this is the conundrum Lagos is facing? Like somebody mentioned earlier, there's a limit to what Lagos can do. You got to remember, Lagos is not a sovereign, and this is not the first time they are trying to ban Okada or do stuff like that. So it's still a federal issue, because you are talking about immigration from different countries. That is border security now. That is immigration. That is security, and those parastatals still belong to the federal government. So this is where Lagos is in a bind. Lagos can only do so much. Like, remember when they had all these videos of Okada with their weapons in their Okada hidden. These are security challenges that I believe are more of a federal level issue. So we are talking about immigration, security, two things that are being controlled largely by the federal government for now. So Lagos can do all they want, which I know they're trying, but I think we should still focus on the federal government as the place to resolve those issues on a bigger scale. Because, like you said earlier, somebody is speaking French and they are, from Cameroon. I was listening to the conversation earlier you guys were having. These are international border situations. There's so much Lagos can do. So I think we should look more towards the federal government. And unfortunately, the current guy there does not have that political will to make any move to make this adjustment. So we pretty much have to wait for it to leave office.
Essentially, what you're saying is we should wait for the next government. That's what you're saying.
Can I respond to Baba?
Because this government is not going to do anything.
I'm saying that Lagos's approach is just temporary. It cannot be sustained over a long period of time. Lagos cannot address immigration for
that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying that essentially your translation is that because this federal government is not going to do anything to solve
that's
the problem,
reality.
right? So essentially, in summary, what you're saying is we should wait for the next federal government to come in.
I mean, sadly, unfortunately, this guy is a
to solve the problem at the root cause, right?
I mean, what is Buhari going to do? Has he shown any indication that he is willing to?
Yeah, but Babati, you and I know no one can wait for Buhari. So to Ajay Koko's point, every single ounce of power. Let me land the plane. Let me land the plane, please. Let me land the plane. Every single ounce of power that Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos State government can wield at this point, they need to do so to the very height of their margin, whatever it is, through official means and through political means on the streets of Lagos, to make sure that this threat, this menace, is put to sleep immediately. Whatever it is, because they already understand that the federal government is not going to come to their aid. These are their brothers.
Yeah.
But Ajalokoko, I had a question for you. What do you make of the reports that these guys are coming in by trailer load? They are putting them inside big trucks with their Okadas, and they're bringing them not just to Lagos, but to a number of different states. I don't know if you've heard those reports, because it almost seems like, and I say seems like because I don't have evidence, but it almost seems like this mass population migration into southern states is systemic. It's like it's planned.
But that goes to my point.
It's a threat to our security, and each governors of the southern state must stand up to the reality that criminals are infiltrating into our land, and we must take action and make sure that all these people are fished out and are taken back to where they belong. They must be pushed back.
Yes.
They must.
Was that Aizon?
Yeah,
we must not play politics. We must not play politics. All the southern governors must see it as a reality. This is the nonsense politics they play in the north, and we can see what is happening in the north is ravaging them. All the criminality that is happening, the Boko Haram, the banditry, most of these people, they are from Niger and Chad. Most of these criminals, most of these Fulanis that are committing crime, they are not Nigerian Fulani that we used to live together. They are foreign Fulani, they are criminals, but unfortunately, instead of the Nigerian Fulani to stand up and help to take these people out of our place, they are accommodating them, and they're complicit with them, and that is why we are seeing all these crises, security crises around the country. We in the South here must not allow it. We must stand up, and this is the best time for us to do it. If we fail, if we allow this to continue, this influx of these foreign criminals into our spaces in the South, and bet it in the next 5 years, it will be very impossible for us to handle it. And we have seen so many videos where these people loaded guns on a trailer. They put some stuff, some things that on top of, they hide all the guns, AK-47 under their luggages. And they were arrested by Amotekun in Ekiti, in Oyo. We have seen several videos where these people, even Okada rider, they carry a gun under the seat. We have seen several videos. This to tell us that, look, a lot of things is happening, and we must not allow these people to go free. We must stand up. Not only Lagos State, Ogun State must stand up, Oyo State must stand up, the East must stand up. We must eliminate, we must take these people out. Otherwise, our security is in danger. It's in danger completely.
There's a narrative.
This is time to, so we must give kudos to Lagos State Governor. He's doing the right thing. We must support him. And it looked that is very, very serious, because he invited all the police and he's saying that he will give them all the necessary support. And I think the police are really are really serious about this thing. They are trying to cooperate with Lagos State government, and I believe they will do the job. So let's see if the governor, if the president will want to come out and say that what Lagos State is wrong, or Abubakar Malami will want to come out and say that it is illegal what Lagos State is doing. Then we will know the country where we are in a two different countries, or we are in one country. So we have to give kudos to Lagos State governor, and this guy have been doing great thing. Every time he always rise up to the occasion. This time he has done it again. Good work. We must give it to him.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, thank you. Let me go from you to Baba T. And going off the back of Ajale Koko's narrative, what Ajale Koko just said, and Aizon as well, you know, there's a narrative, there's a belief out there that there's an attempt, and there's sufficient enough to give it some veracity, but there's a belief out there that there's an attempt to change the demography of the southern spaces, especially the Yoruba space, as a final solution by this element. Have you heard that narrative? Do you give it some veracity? So go off the back of that to the police moving against the Okada riders in Lagos State. Babati.
All right. Thanks for having me once again. Yes, that has been a long-term project. I think we've been privy to that information. If you grew up in the Yoruba space in the 80s, 90s, we've heard of that, the long-term agenda of this Fulani invasion. And the conundrum for any body that lives in the Southwest in government is that individuals in the country have the freedom of movement. If 1 million people from Kano, for instance, decide to move to Lagos, legally they have the right to do that. I think what we are discussing is that will that movement change the cultural belief and practices or the norms in the locations that they move to. I mean, in other words, our culture is conducive enough to survive if they merge in a space like Lagos, for instance. And based on the small sample size we have so far, one would say no. So I've heard of that line before, that's their plan. And to piggyback on what I was saying earlier, and to also add to what Mr. Jai was saying, I'm saying that now there's so much a state can do, for instance. So because what they did today was very interesting, and they have people coming in trucks, right? Like you said, and they arrest them. Oh, beautiful. Next week, you're going to have 100 people more show up. So for a state government, that is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Lagos government, for instance, cannot be addressing the issue of foreign invasions, because I heard earlier people were talking about French-speaking Fulanis in Lagos, for instance, and they should be stopped, and the police in Lagos should question them on what they speak and how they act. That is a federal duty on immigration. Security apparatus largely is still federal in Nigeria. So even though everything somebody is doing is wonderful, I applaud him, but you also have to go by that. This is not the first time he's banning Okadas over the same issue, and this will not be the last. So I'm saying that we should look at the broader picture, the bigger, like a bird's eye view on the issue. It's more to do.
But Babati, yes. But where the federal fail, what do you expect the state to do?
I know,
but fold their hands.
No. Like I said, I'm saying that we should applaud
because the federal has failed already. That one is clear.
Yeah,
the federal
I know. What I'm saying is that what the Lagos State government is doing should be applauded, but we should also see it as a short-term temporary measure that is not sustainable for the long term. That
can I interject there, please?
One more thing. That while we understand that what they're doing is commendable, we should also seek approach at the bigger federal level to change the laws and the constitution so that states can have more powers to address this issue. So let's just make that clear distinction between short-term and long-term solutions to problems like this. We cannot continue to address this issue over and over and over again. Like someone does not even remember when Shawulu went to was it Magodo, and he was literally having a conversation with the CSP. That just tells you how little security he has control over security apparatus in his own state, and he's supposed to be the security officer of the state. So while I applaud what he's doing once again, we need to also at the same time be addressing how to change the laws on immigration in the country, on religious beliefs. I believe that the Sharia law, for instance, in my belief, should be challenged at the Federal Supreme Court as being illegal because we live in a secular state.
Who will sit in judgment of that, Babati?
Right. I know it's a tough task, but exposing it first is a start. You see my point? Because now, if you have people invading your space in the South, there's no, I cannot go as a Yoruba person and feel comfortable like having 10 of my family moving to Kano overnight. We don't have that much leverage, so there's an imbalance. So we need to challenge religious belief practices in that country. We need to challenge the immigration policies of the country. We need to challenge, and we also have to address the issue of residency versus being an indigene. Those things have to be clarified also at the courts. That would be the long-term address for the issue. But for the short term, I address what Lagos is doing. But let's just have in mind that it's not a long-term solution to the problem.
Okay, Babati, can I interject just a minute?
Go ahead.
Can I? See, on that Lagos Fulani Okada, see, you don't need to wait for the federal government, and I will tell you why. They've done this thing before, and it was going to become successful until they brought politics into it.
So what happened exactly?
If you can use last man to still maintain some kind of decency in the Lagos traffic management, you can employ more last man, some kind of this thing task force to make sure that they enforce that. Look, what Lagos state government should try to do is that remove the motivation. If you do not allow Okada to operate there, nobody will come and dump people with Okada to operate in Lagos state. That's what we're saying. Remove that motivation totally. So the issue of immigration is another thing entirely. You won't grant, if there's no Okada to ride, if there's no reason to ride Okada in Lagos, you won't bring people from the Niger Republic to come and ride in Lagos. If other state governor can do that too, you won't go and carry trailer and dump some people with Okada there. Remove this thing totally. That's what we're saying. The root cause, remove it totally. So,
no. Ola, I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that those are temporary measures that we need to understand that them for what they are. They are very plausible. I appreciate it, but they are short term. They are not sustainable for a long period of time. It's my point. I'm not disagreeing with your point.
Okay,
it's my point.
Babati,
short-term measures. Yeah,
Babati, Lagos State should take it as a permanent measure
to ban everybody because some.
I think that is what Sanwo-Olu has said, that it's irreversible.
Yes,
I don't believe him, because guess what? This is not the first time they're banning Okada, right? This isn't the first time they're banning Okada in Lagos. Now.
No. You see, let me tell you, he did it in 2020,
right?
Just some few, maybe like a month or 2 months before the pandemic. But when the pandemic struck, you know what the whole country went through, the closure for so many months. So they relaxed, and in order to just allow people to get back on track, so they relaxed. They didn't enforce it, but and they allowed them to be doing their thing. But now they have constituted nuisance and security to this. They did
before the pandemic. They were also a nuisance, and I'm saying,
but it looked like it's serious now, because it looked like the police department are standing up with him. It's very serious. You know that Lagos State spend a lot of money funding Nigerian police in Lagos. They buy them a lot of materials, a lot logistics, and everything. It can't be short time. It has to be permanent measure to get Lagos State secure. The federal government has failed. Lagos State is an economy.
I agree with you.
Within an
What you're
economy,
saying,
Lagos State must act differently from other states because they have the resources,
I
they
get
have
what
the
you're
money,
saying.
they have all what it takes to secure Lagos State. Except if you don't have.
They do. No, they do. But listen to me.
Yes,
they do. But you, if it's not, in any country in the world, a federal government cannot be enforcing state laws. That's why you need state police to enforce state laws. Is my position. So while you're addressing the short-term problem, you have to also consider finding solutions to long-term solutions. If I pass law in Lagos State, for instance, it's very hard for me to have federal government enforce those laws because God save you if the guy on top of the mountain does not support your position. Then we do the federal mind and they won't pass a law. So you need to push for state and local police enforcement. That way, the laws you pass in your state will be very effective. So that's my issue. Let's not just focus on what is
there's still a tonality of restructuring to what you're saying. And,
right.
And I get your space. That someone can pass all the laws he likes and make all the bans he likes,
right,
and get this temporary victory. But to permanently have it be the case, it has to be a federal move,
right?
Because if they don't close all the potholes that these people used to sneak in,
immigration,
then it means nothing.
It means
and
nothing.
Even if Buhari decides that he doesn't agree with what Sanwo-Olu is doing, he can shut it down within 2 seconds.
And nothing happens. So I'm saying that while we applaud this in the short term, we should be pushing for a more sustainable approach to this. That way, if I'm going to Lagos, for instance, and they have their own state police, and they say in our state you must have a diverse permit, you must have all these laws. If I violate those kind of things, I can be arrested by their own state police department, and nobody from Abuja can bail me out. You need those kind of laws. Until then, I'm sorry, it's not gonna be work for the long term process.
Yeah, Babati.
Yeah.
So how do we push for this sustainable measure that you? I agree with you, by the way. I agree.
By pushing for an individual that believes in those kind of positions to be president, that will be more favorable to having this kind of state controlled police departments.
There's a silver bullet to all of this.
Right.
Restructuring.
Right.
That's just it.
You need a man in charge that believes in that to become president. To make, in the Nigerian space, you need somebody to believe that.
In all of these candidates, the real candidates, the ones that have the strongest likelihood of winning, do you see anyone that may even implement something like that?
I don't buy. The only person that can push for it, that came from that school of thought, originally, maybe it's changed, but I don't know, will be Tinubu.
I was going to say that.
Yeah,
though,
that is the only
I waited for you to say it.
It came
That's
from
been
that.
his language for a long time.
So, and guess what? It will be easier for him to do that because he has a track record of always believing that process. So it will be easier for him. Amechi will not be able to do it because he's from a minority group in Nigeria. So he might have that fear of not being moving the rocking the boat. So you need somebody from a majority of the majority, like a Yoruba or Fulani, that believes in that kind of process.
Woman, can I just interject a little bit, sir? I'll be waiting, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, Babati, my friend, how are you, sir? Nothing like the Fulani. So we stay by Tinubu or we dismantle the country peacefully. You know what I'm saying? So we have to dismantle because Tinubu can do that for us within 1 year in office because he already know that's our demand. You know what I'm saying? He's going to do it in a way, in its own way, in a Jagaba or LGBT way. You know what I'm saying? So like now, I was speaking today about the inflow of these people. If you go to Benin and Warri now, and Ughelli, everywhere don't full. See, they said that Obaseki start to deport from now. So this is too much for us. But meanwhile, there's a good news today. The Yoruba nation is now part of the United Nations and the European Union. European Union's observer, member. So that's the good news. So we are moving forward.
Tony,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let me
have a question about the Tinubu space.
Okay, go ahead.
So So with what you're saying about Tinubu being the most likely candidate to restructure, don't you think he's too beholden to his northern friends who are benefiting from the current status quo?
No.
To then go ahead
He's
and
going to
restructure?
trick them. He's going to trick them.
Because Tinubu's
He's going to trick
strength,
them.
you know, he's been pandering to them a lot.
Yeah, easy. The question is like, who is most likely? So I'm choosing for the from the lesser evil, pretty much. I think that was the question.
Okay, I got you.
Who is more likely? Doesn't mean that he's going to do it, but if we're to pick someone that would be more likely to do it. But back to Tony's question about the governor of Benin deporting people from Benin State because they are from different countries. Deport them to where? You see what I'm saying? It does not have immigration powers. Like in Texas, you can do that, but in Nigeria right now, so what will happen if I live in Sokoto and we have 20 trucks from Sokoto that arrives in Ibadan or your state, for instance? You cannot do anything because they have that freedom of movement. There's no laws to check their papers. They don't have to speak English. They don't have to speak Yoruba. They don't have to speak any Nigerian language. As of now, nobody is verifying that. That is a bigger picture. It's not. Nobody can do that at the state level right now. Is my point, guys. You get my point? Right now, nobody at the state level can do that. We don't have those kind of laws, and that's what you need to effect change in that country, where you can buffer that nonsense out. You know, they tell you if you go to Lagos State, they would deal with you this way, and nobody from Abuja will defend you. That's what you need. But for right now, go ahead.
Why aren't we doing the reverse? I was thinking about this today, right? Because I was looking at I was listening to this U.S. political pundit that was making the case that Central American migrants to the U.S., the Democratic Party wants to let them in because they know that eventually they'll vote for them. But I was thinking about in the Nigerian context, why don't our governors in the South give people in their state incentive to move to certain northern states like Adamawa, Gombe, Nasarawa, Taba?
Wait.
You know, one man, hear me out. This is the idea.
One man,
one man. This is the idea. This is the idea behind it. The idea behind it is
what is the incentive? Tell us.
Wait. No,
tell me the incentive now. You say incentive. Tell me what incentive.
Yes, financial incentive, my brother. You give them capital. You identify certain areas of business that can be exploited in the north that are currently not being exploited. Of course, one we know for sure is tomatoes, right? And then you give them the capital from your state to go set up business there. The idea behind it is this: if you get enough Southerners in those states, then you change the voting demographics, like one man was saying. So when essentially you have voting in certain places, you have more people with a Southern mindset that will vote in those places, and then you can swing those states in your favor. So you can win those states. And the reason why I mentioned those states in particular is because those states have a large Christian population, unlike the Northwest, right? So because that seems like what they're doing. If you get enough people into Lagos or whatever, those people are going to eventually vote.
Right.
And they can change the voting structure in Lagos, or if it's a small state like Edo State, if you have enough people from the north are coming there, they'll change the voting structure. Next thing you see, someone like Tambowal is winning Edo State by 20, 30 percentage points. Right? So
do you know what's funny though? When it comes to migration, if that was the game that you're willing to play, I bet you the North will win you by 10 to 1. If it comes to moving, we say, okay, people from Ogun State now move to Kano. People from Kano move to Ogun State. Do you know how many people will move the other way?
No. I'm not talking about them moving down. I'm talking about Southern states employing a strategy to move people up.
I'm saying if they see what you're doing, I mean, they will know the game, right? Okay, these guys are moving to take over, right? And they play the same game against you guys too. They will win because they have more people that are willing to move compared to you. More people are willing to move down south than the other way. So
you're also working on the. Sorry, Babati. You're also working on the premise that the Northerners are as accommodating as we are.
Right.
In the
You're
South.
assuming that. Yeah.
They'll just savage them now.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah. God bless you. If you don't have it.
No, I know. Yeah, I know they're not. But the thing is, if we are able to, like those states I mentioned in particular, they have a very large Christian population. I didn't even talk about Plateau. Plateau State. But and if, like for instance, in the South, there's enough capital in those places for them to tell people, hey, look, if you go here and start this business, this is what you can do. We'll give you capital to go. Then different people can go settle in those places. Land is cheap there. Property is cheaper. They can live there. The area has a predominant Christian population. You increase the numbers of those Christian populations in those areas. And those could be really good swing states. Because if you can win all those states, you don't need the Northwest. If you can win all those states, including places like Benue and Plateau, then essentially you can have a candidate from the South win majority of northern states and not even win any northwestern states.
But you're discussing the 70, 80 year project here.
It doesn't have to be that long, my brother. It doesn't have to be that long now. Come on.
They're discussing
it's an idea. It's an idea, of course.
I know, but
it doesn't have to be that long.
But even in America, that's like a 2 to 3 generation plan.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
But Fulani, they've been in Yoruba land for like 300 years now. So they've been planning their own since for 300 years now. And you want to start now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
even if you start now, but the Fulani is really, even with their numbers in Yoruba land,
right?
Given how long they've started, they really haven't made a dent if you think about it.
Yeah,
in long term, because
but you need states.
Yeah, they're there, but they don't call the shots.
Yeah, I'm saying, Azon, you need states to have the power. Once the state has the power, they can determine the kind of people they can take in their own state. That's the way it works. So if you are in Lagos, for instance, you wouldn't say that you don't want Fulanis directly. You just make laws that makes it very hard for them to come to your state. Obey traffic laws, have driver's license. Those things that they usually do not obey. You make laws to make that in your own state.
You mean civilize the space out of their capacity.
You make it where it's so advanced that they wouldn't even want to show up in your state because they know that these people are too. Everything is just computer. So that's the way you do it. You make it very civilized to the point where their own culture cannot survive in that kind of environment. So they won't come. But
so why isn't
I think that's the broader plan,
right,
for the southern regions, because they are ratcheting up very aggressively in terms of advancement, and those advancements are outside of the perceptions of I won't say the whole North, but
right,
the elements we're talking about. So you'll get to that point very soon.
Speak English. For you to have a job, you must speak English. For you to have anything to do with government, you must have a GPA of in school, some WAEC or some HND.
Because what is the economy in Yoruba land? What is their economy in Lagos State? It's Suya,
right?
It's Okada, and it's Megad. That's their economy. What else do they do outside of that?
Animal farms, have a train station to buffer the so-called Okada, have all these ferry services, train subways, make their businesses useless. That's the way you do it. You don't have to go back and forth arguing with them. You make it civilized that they can survive in your environment. They will go away.
Essentially, you develop your state.
Exactly, but you don't have the power to do that right now.
But our governors are messing up now. Our governors.
I think Lagos is headed somewhat in that direction, because we covered a story here just about a week or so ago, where Lagos is coming up with this master plan for that cattle economy, because it was discovered that cattle economy is nearly about a 500 to 600 billion naira economy. And all of that, 80% of it goes outside of the state. So they've identified spaces in Ikorodu, and they've already started giving out concessions and putting in facilities. So very soon that cattle economy will be localized,
right?
And they are going to ban these Okadas. So they don't have that as well. And that may guard also. If we improve security, we don't need that. They just ease them out.
Yeah, like one man said, if you have an effective farming system in Ikorodu, like one man said, and you have a very effective train and bus system, you won't need the Okada now. You see what I'm saying? You won't need all those things. Just be civilized. But once again, we should push for states to have more power for light, electricity, for instance. That should be a state issue. We should be pushing for that. Those kind of things. So you should push for that kind of things. Where I know if I go to Lagos, they have all these toll gates, right? That have all these cameras that will capture your car and will ticket you if you don't pay your toll fee in Lagos. Guess who's not going to Lagos? If you're not civilized enough, you don't show up to Lagos, because you know that in Lagos they are civilized. You don't go there. So it's just a matter of development that we need in that country to negate all this nonsense.
All right, thank you, Babati. So thank you, Babati.
Yeah, state autonomy is something I think everyone agrees on this platform. Becomes how you do it. But okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. Make your point. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that, you know, state autonomy is something we all agree on. The question becomes the how. You know, it has to go through a legislative process, and that legislative process is controlled. Majority of the people in both houses are not in favor of those things. So how do you?
But it's a front burner issue. It's a front burner issue that is not going to go away very soon. And events and incidents are going to propel it, that it's almost inevitable. I'm saying that off the back of the formation of Amotekun. Once upon a time, the concept of it would never have been entertained. But the aggression that we had from the Fulani headsmen and the lack of capacity of the Nigerian state to check it, it made it almost impossible for them to block that Amotekun space. So in theory, as the shell of it, the southwestern space, and I think the southeastern space too, through their own Ibibiagu, they already have the shell of a state or regional security force, but they are not sufficiently empowered because they don't have the resources to enforce. So no, but circumstances will lead to that space where it's just an inevitability. So when it comes, it won't be able. But it's just that we need it to happen just all at once. But it's going to be happening in drips, which it seems to be, and a lot of harm will be done in the process. That's just I'm not sure if that makes sense, but that's just what I think.
I'm listening. I'm listening to you. I certainly. I just think that, you know, from the executive seat, it would take a special presidential person to win power and then water down that power. That's essentially what he'll be doing.
I have a question.
You know, that is the tricky part, and then you now have to get it through the way our system of government works. You have to get it through our legislative process, which will take a lot of political wranglings, both overt and covert, at the same time, to get it through. Everyone in the South is in favor. I agree with you 100%. And I think there are things in works right now that are changing the way. But the process is what we're looking at right now. That process will also require some unity between the Southwest, Southeast, and South-South. There needs to be major unity across the board. Like, you can't have people deviating or saying, oh,
we've lost you. So somebody is saying someone is snoring. Is usually ego. So who's the snorer this time around? So, is it you?
Let me. Can I just throw this question out there? I think I have a proposal for Nigeria overall for anything to change. So Azon, sorry, you kind of fizz it out. Continue. You fizz it out.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but now let Babati make the point, because he was already in the throes of when you came back.
Yes.
So
I wanted to say, is there in everything that we want to change that we want to make regional or state? This is my proposal. So I'll see what you guys think. What if we just say, you know what? If you're too scared of abandoning the federal system where the central controls everything, how about each state will decide to say, you know what, in Lagos we have state police, but in Kano, if you want to keep the federal police system, you still keep it. But if you are an individual state and you want to keep you can fund police in your state, for instance, you get to do your regional whatever in that region. But if you're in a different area and you say we still want the federal operation, you can keep that too. Where we can have it working simultaneously without having to change everybody's mind at the same time. How about that?
That sounds somewhat convoluted to me, but
but you see my point, where at least you will feel you have your federal whatever, and in my own area we have my, like an FBI kind of thing.
No, I think that is what will still obtain if they legalize state policing. If they legalize state policing, not every state in Nigeria will be able to afford, to run a police service. So there'll still be, especially there still be states that will be dependent on the federal space for their security because they cannot budget state policing.
Why can't we just do that then? So if you can afford it, go ahead with it. If you can afford your own power, electricity, go. If you cannot pay for it, go to the federal one. Give options. You see my point?
Yeah, because they don't want you to. They don't want you to get too civilized before they're able to, before they conquer you.
No. You see, this is the point. It's in the country because it's easy. If I live in Kano now and Lagos has power, I will just move to Lagos. End of story. They have like over there. I will move. I mean, we're in the same country, right? Isn't that the whole point? So I don't get this. Just give people the right to do what they want to do. If you can afford to build the biggest farm supply in your state, go ahead and build it. Whatever you want to do in your state, do it. If you don't have the money, keep the federal system in your state. It's a very good proposal. Actually, it's a very good proposal. Actually,
Woman, can I chip in something? Can I chip in something?
That's actually a thought. Yes.
Can I chip in something?
Yeah, chip in something. Then Aizon rounds off where he petered off, and then I start to round off. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So Babati, all what you are saying is very fine, but it's like we the Southerners are the owner of the country originally. So those people that just came to occupy our space, they prefer to damage the country because they don't see future in our country. So they're just kind of in a shaky mood. You know what I'm saying? So they're not so sure. They don't know what will happen to tomorrow if these people will decide to go or whatever. That's why they decide to destroy the whole system. But we have been taking it very very easy with them because this place belongs to us. It's like that one story in the Bible where they said that two women were fighting over a child. The actual owner of the child didn't want the child to be tear apart, but the one that didn't own the child say, okay, cut it. Then that one made the jury to say, okay, this one that didn't want you to destroy the child is the owner of the child. So that's it. So the Northerners know that their days are numbered. That is why they don't want any progress. Like all those things you were just suggesting, like a state or whatever. They don't want nothing. They said they don't know. They said they don't know what is structured. They don't know what is called light. They don't know what is called nothing. Only to produce children like lizards. Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Aizon, you were in the throes of before you faded.
Yeah. Tony is harsh, man. He said produce children like lizards. Wow.
Yeah, that's Tony. This is why I try and I only give you little snippets of Tony because it could go. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so Babati is making a lot of really good points and a lot of really good ideas, but I think Babati is reasoning this thing from a Yankee standpoint. This whole restructuring thing is about power, plain and simple. Power to control the number one resource in Nigeria that has funded everything that they do for the most part in that country. And, we have a very strong, powerful executive office. And that executive office has to be willing to relinquish some power to the states so the states can control their autonomy. That's where we find this stalemate. That's where we are right now. And as all the social political groups, Afenifere, Pandev, Ohanesi, they're all on the same page with this restructuring thing, but their governors are not. And that's where we find this whole. So if they can pressure the governors to concede and agree, then those governors can now pressure the president, the next president, because this one won't do anything, And you mentioned something about indigenes. One man, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a law they were trying to pass that if you spend 5 years in a place, you are now considered an indigene?
Yeah, I'm not aware of it, but it's a narrative that Ola brought to the space. So I think that's something Ola.
America is just 1 year. If you go to any state for 1 year, you become a resident over there. That's the way it's in America.
Yeah, resident is different from indigene, though.
Yes, I'm saying that there needs to be a lot to make a decision between both. Which one is, what do you get as a citizen, as an indigene, and what do you get as a resident? There should be a lot to clarify that.
Yeah, but if, for instance, what that law is, from my interpretation, I haven't read the bill, but what they're saying, what it sounds like is, if, for instance, I move to Ibadan and I spend 5 years in Ibadan, then I'll have the same rights as someone who's an indigene of Oyo State.
How do we prove? So how do we prove that you've been there for 5 years? You see my
I
point?
don't know. I don't know.
That's my point.
I suppose
There's no evidence.
Through tax records or something.
Nobody pays taxes. That's my point. There's no record for anything. You know, you can just show up and say you've been there for 5 years. Who knows?
No, actually, if you run a business, you pay taxes now. And you can have the record to show that you pay taxes.
But
anywhere in Nigeria.
Okay, if I'm just
actually, that bill was not for people living inside Nigeria. It was people coming to Nigeria, those Mauritanians, Chad people, and all that.
No. Like Akim Baba.
Yeah,
Akim Baba. My point. There's no need to just show up and say that I've been here for 5 years speaking French. Really?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, just...
that's even worse if it's for those foreigners. That's even worse. Because
all right.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah. So thank you, Aizon. Thank you, gentlemen. So thank you, gentlemen. I want to seek to start to round it off here. So it's been a really a real pleasurable session this time around. I can't quite place my hand on why it has been pleasurable, but then of course, time spent in your company always pleasurable. So thank you, gentlemen, one and all. So we stick to start to round off as ever to land on Ajale Koko, and we kick it off with Baba Kore, who's still with us. So Baba Kore, closing remarks.
Thank you, everybody, tonight for being here. I'm going to go back to that issue of the Danish man. I have read a lot of comments on online about it. It's just like those people already heard what me and Ola said about this issue of the punishment method to this man. They argue that shouldn't be right. It's supposed to be life imprisonment. They also mentioned about the issue of Deborah Samuel that was stoned and burnt in Sokoto. So they mentioned all this online. So it seems that where Nigeria is a progressive place, not backward like some people say here that you have to lock them up and throw the key away. It is the issue of prison system is more than that right now. So you cannot, because somebody kills Nigeria in Nigeria, and that is why you have to give them every punishment because they are white people. Meanwhile, a lot of things that we are doing to ourselves, and we take it lightly, like that of Chogoto, to start with. So these are the things that is going on online. If you guys want to go online, you can go and check it out and see what is going on. So that is my closing remark for tonight, and see you guys tomorrow by God's grace.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So that's Baba Kure as ever.
Baba Canada drama.
Well, Canada, our correspondent from Ontario, Canada. You know, where they treat prisoners to 5-star meals. That's what they do in Canada. Baba Kure. All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So from Baba Kure, let's go to Insibidi, who I suspect may have left us already. Insibidi, are you there? No, yes. Insibidi not like him to be quiet, so he's left already. So Exiro, let's go to you. Exiro, are you there? Okay, so Exiro has left us. So from Exiro, let's go to World Peace. World Peace, I think we heard from you just now.
I'm here, please. I'm taking Pampas. Move to the next person. I'll come back to you.
All right. So let's go on then to Tony. Tony, you know the routine. So Tony, ladies and gentlemen, Tony.
Yes, Ogawaman, look, the whole Black Life system don't tire me because we not fit take record of people that are living in our place. Because where I'm living, if I decide to move to another city right now, I can't stay there overnight without going to the police to register. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's wrong with us. Why we can't just get it right? You have to, when you move, forget about taxation. You move to another city, then you have to go to the police straight away. And then they register your name, and then they will know that one. And if you don't have that, if you don't have an apartment, from for your landlord, an agreement, you can't get a registration. You will not be registered. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's wrong with us. We should wake up for our, try to do something like other people. I don't want to be putting race matter into this now. I'm tired. Why we can be having so much resources, we can't even refine them, we can't even live a good life. Why we should be an importing nation without logistics? We can't even ship our. I'm tired. So thank you very much anyway for trying to make a difference for for our country. Thank you, sir. Good night, everybody. Hey, Aizo, do, huh? Good night.
Do.
All right, and no. So thank you, Tony. So that was Tony.
So I'm ready now.
So from Tony, then let's go to World Peace. So World Peace, closing remarks.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Urusa and Mina, Papa Hanashio. So, my country people, we don't reach the end of today's matter. No, as we do, I'll thank everybody. First of all, I'll thank one man who bring us from here. I will thank our guy Jale Coco. Thank Izon, Zero, CBD, Baba Akure, Tony, GBT Man, and the rest who are not called their name. And people who did the comment section, I greet you. I thank you. Muna thumbs up and click on the like button. Move and share. And again, so you turn on, I click on the like button. I bet Muna tell na people, waiting on people. May they go get their PVC. Who could vote all these people out? We don't need them. Who will vote the third party or the third force? They come to Babala, what they call it, Lawan, the Senate president. He's a confused human being to me. To say you can't rule us. That of Tambuwa, either restructure Sokoto. So none of them really serious. See PDP where people they get hope on. They share money now. They dictate how dictate bribing. How do you go take too much? Not too small. So you see, I'm saying I lost hope for these parties. We could form our own, vote our own. So now, so I see and reach for today's topic. I hope to see everybody again tomorrow morning. Thank you. Mama, peace.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace. So World Peace, thank you for your company. So from World Peace, let's go on to let's go to Ahizon. Ahizon, you know the routine. Ahizon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, one man. Thank you for having me. Everyone, like, share, subscribe, super like, because YouTube has a new feature called super like now. I don't know if people are aware of it, but anyways, I think I'll talk about the Tambuwal space of him actually coming to Delta State, my state, to talk to us about restructuring, and we should vote for him. I think at some point when you look at certain things, you have to understand that not only are they trying to, play their political games, but at this point, he's trying to insult the intelligence of people that he was talking to in that space. He knows the fact that he could use that means he knows that this is what the majority of the people want. He knows that this is the right thing to do. He's using it to try to get their votes, which is not going to work, but he also is also playing on their intelligence. I think we've reached a point now where, certain people that are campaigning consider the people, their electorate as being, intellectually beneath them. And that's unfortunate, very unfortunate, because, they clearly don't care about what to do in the country or how to fix it. I'm with a third party as well, but the problem is, how do we mobilize people to really go and vote for this third party? That has always been the problem. The grassroots effort that's needed to propel a Showore or Mogalo or whomever into limelight and then fully get the support in different states. That's been the problem. I think Showore doesn't have enough money or enough volunteers of people to come out and help him. And that's where we are. I'm abroad, but if I was in Nigeria, I would vote for him, for Omoyele Showore. But knowing very well that he's not going to win, but I will still cast my vote for him as a middle finger to both parties that currently exist and the fact that they haven't done anything and they're not going to do anything. We know that we're at this point, we're all hoping for the least evil candidate of all the bunch. And when you look at Tinubu, even though I'm not even remotely close to being a fan, he does have a track record of putting in people like Sanwo-Olu, Fashola, Osibanjo, educated, slightly competent men into position of power. He may have the right ideas. I don't know, because Tinubu doesn't articulate himself properly these days. So you can't really get a feel for what he's thinking or how he's going to convey that message. You know, we know he's power hungry. So I don't know, we'll see what happens. But that is my stance. The Tambawa thing is very insulting. Next time he comes to Delta State to do that, they should get some militants to chase him out of the state. Well, thank you very much, one man. God bless. And I'll listen to your show tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight. So you can put your dictionaries away now. It's done. So put your dictionaries away, but you may want to dust them off again as we hear from Ola. So Ola, closing remarks. Oh, I think we've lost.
Thank you, everyone. Please contribute your own offering by just clicking likes. We can still get to 100. It's never too late. Let's share so that the more we reach wider audience, the more we can quickly change the fortune of our country for the better. Then, I want to encourage us to be on the likes of Sanwo-Olu, and we can extend whatever Sanwo-Olu is trying to do in Lagos to other states by this initiative of taking the root cause of insecurity in Lagos. Because like I said, insecurity is not all about when they carry your load alone. There are a lot. Security of life, security of property, and everything. You put everything considered in a large scale. So removing Okada totally, and I think if he achieved that, and I think even his cohort at Harvard will be proud of him. You know, those people that used to finish from Harvard, they have a very good standard. So Sanwo-Olu, fortunately for you, you happen to be one of them. So please prove your worth. Then on Lawani, that I want to give for restructuring. If indigenship is what we want to give us, whereby a foreign settler will just go to Ibadan and after 5 years can become the indigene of that place. You know, just imagine a Fulani from Mali now trying to claim to be an Oyo man or an Ibadan man. Kudos to you. We don't want that type of your restructuring. Please go and restructure your region first of all before you talk of restructuring Nigeria. You've been there for a while. You've not done anything that we can mention in terms of restructuring. You have the power as a key person in the legislative firm. If you cannot do that, how can I trust? Who can trust you as the executive person? So please just keep quiet and find solution to the current problem and face whatever you are doing now. Then to Tambua, you need to prove yourself about your restructuring too, because personally, I don't believe you, and I believe that many Nigerians, they are not going to believe you. When Jonathan was there, there were a lot of bill passed that could have even helped about this restructuring, but you were among those people that killed those bills. So don't come and tell me any jargons about restructuring. Please go and show to us that, okay, the local government within your state, you allow them to have access to the fund, and tell us how the restructuring, the model you built in Sokoto State is actually helping Sokoto people. So I don't believe in that. Well, Nigerians, please, like the speakers, everyone have been saying, open your eyes, raise your antenna, please, as much as possible, vote the bad element out. Even though I still believe that the one we think are good, they don't see have enough because they are not reaching the local area. Well, you can show solidarity at least for once and tell all these rubbish politicians that go to hell. We don't want you again. You've made Nigeria a hell for us. No more again. Other than that, I want to thank everyone. Like I said the other time, please, I'm begging you, let us thumb up. Let us take this thing to 100. And I hope to see you later. Thank you, everyone. Good day wherever you are.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go to Babati. So Babati, to you.
Hello. Thank you to everyone. I came in late today, but when I was driving home, I was listening to you guys speak about Nigeria, and I think one thing that we can all come to terms with at this point is that there is no country. where there's no Nigeria, there's no one country, and everything that we speak of stems from that reality. There's no country. In regards to the earlier comments I was listening to, that the South is educated and smarter, I'm starting to doubt that that statement or that school of thought that we are educated or smarter in the North, because to me they have how do you allow people that are non-educated or less smart than you allegedly to outsmart you over and over and over again? So we might need to start questioning that train of thought about we being the more educated, the more learned, or so we need to look at that for a different day, but that's not for now. So I kind of question that. Also, in terms of restructuring, I brought up something earlier today that we can have some kind of parallel between states' rights and federal intervention. So where a state can go ahead and do something that they like in terms of electricity. If you want to stay on the federal grid, stay on the federal grid. If Lagos does it, if they can afford to go on their own, they can go on their own. If you work in Lagos, guess what? We'll come to Lagos and enjoy the power with you. But I think that will spurn a growth, because if Lagos does something like in terms of electricity, for instance, and it works for them, Ogun we want to do it, Kano we want to do it, and it kind of spreads. And I think my own frustration comes out from the fact that, like one man said earlier, the growth that we want in Nigeria is not coming fast enough. We know where we're heading to eventually, but it's not coming fast enough. And I think that to speed up that process, we need to have a well thought through restructuring, not the so-called coming from Mali to Oyo to become a citizenship for 5 years. Not that kind of restructuring. That's an invasion, in my opinion. So, but we need to have a sit down to have a heart-to-heart discussion with these people from the North who are more focused on power than actual development. I think that's the problem. They want to keep the power for keeping power stake, not necessarily doing anything with it. Because I would not mind if you're from the North and you control everything, but if you do a great job, nobody will care. I think that's what they are missing. If Igbos control Nigeria, I would not care, because I know they will do a better job. But you cannot just have power for the sake of having power. I think it's out of fear and out of a different issue for a different other day. But it was a good discussion. I'm looking forward to the oncoming election. It's like every day things just unfolds, and you have new things to talk about. And I just want to appreciate this platform as well. I don't want people to come here thinking that they're just speaking. Whatever you see on this platform carries a lot of weight unknown to you in many quarters. That people listen to you, and even though they don't speak or type, they listen behind the scenes and they learn a little too from you guys. So I want to thank everybody for sharing their opinion and their thoughts on this platform, and I look forward to talking to you more as we head towards the elections. God bless you guys. Have a good night.
All right, so that's Babati, the RMO of I don't know where, but one of these days he will tell us the RMO. I think RMO
of Egbaland.
Of Egbaland. No, it's Egbaland. I do think it can. I think it's an Abule RMO. It sounds like somebody. It's like an Abule guy. So,
no. Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that. It's of Egba and Remo land, so I'm double on both sides.
Okay. 2 in 1.
2 in 1.
Ogun Papa.
Double over. Will you wear 2 crowns? You also wear 2 crowns.
Egba pẹ̀lú Jẹ̀bú ṣe bá wọn lólógun. Àtẹ̀gbádùn ara àrùn àjùwà ṣe. Ọmọ ìyá ni wá, ó ti pẹ́ tà ti wà. Ṣebí fámìlì ni wá, ó ti pẹ́ tà ti wà. Ọmọ ìyá ni wá, ó ti pẹ́ tà ti wà. Ẹ̀gbá pẹ̀lú Jẹ̀bú ṣe bá wọn lólógun. Owó orin dà.
That's
What man is thinking that Yusuf? That's Yusuf.
Yusuf Olatunji.
I used to love those music. Oh God, it's so rich. The culture, you just, especially when you are drinking palm wine and you are can you imagine? And then the pepper soup is just there and there so. And you're hearing that sort of music, that is life now. That is life.
Oh my God, you're 7 days now. You're Jehovah's Witness now.
Don't forget. Don't worry about that. That's on Saturday and on Sunday. All right. Thank you, Baba T. A real delight. So the final word as ever, no mightier, the one and only Ajan Lekoko. The final word.
Thank you, one man. I want to thank everybody that came this evening on the platform. Your contribution was very, very interesting. And indeed, the session is very interesting as well. You see, the crisis ravaging that country today is as a result of leadership failure. Leadership have failed at all levels of our government in our country, federal, state, and local government. But if we have one of them that's standing up as a leader, I think we should commend him and support him. Sanwo-Olu is standing up as a leader today to fight crime and criminality in Lagos. And I hope other states in the Southwest can emulate him, and all of them together in the Southwest can put effort in a well coordinated and simultaneous effort into this, and root out all these criminals that have infiltrated our state, root them out, and take them back to where they belong. What do I mean by where they belong? Those that are non-Nigerians, they should be identified and then hand them over to the immigration. Should take them to Abuja. Let them go and flock Abuja with them. And those that are Nigerians that have no place of residence, they should be identified, their state should be identified, and they should be taken to their different states. If their state is not conducive to them, and they are coming to Lagos State for maybe economic reason or any purpose, they must have a place of residence. They must have a particular job they are doing. They must be identified. So if they are not, they should be taken back. Fashola did it before. It did it before. He stood up against it. That's a visionary leader too. He was able to picture that the influx of some miscreants into Lagos, people that have no base, they just leave their villages, everybody just come into Lagos, they have nowhere to, they have no place of residence, they constitute nuisance everywhere. In the night, they are under the bridge, all over the place. They rob at night. Those people should be taken out of the space. That is the way to do it. And when the whole of Southwest put their resources together, effort together in this regard, other parts of Nigeria as well, in the South, Middle Belt, South, and Southeast should take the same measure. This is the way we can protect our people. This is the way we can guarantee security of life and property. Otherwise, if we allow this influx of these criminals that are non-Nigerians, into our spaces, they will constitute a very big security threat. They will come up with a very big security threat for us in the future that we would not be able to handle. We have seen it in the north. They have harbored this criminal for a long time. They have infiltrated them. They are now destroying the north, and they are now coming downward. We should stop them. That is the responsibility of every good government. So I give kudos to Sawolu in this regard. Other than that, the Tambua and what do you call them? Tambuwal and Lawan. Those one are just, you know, they don't have any plan. They don't have any good agenda. They have failed the country. Our people should not vote for PDP or APC. The third party that you are looking for, it should not be third party that is created by politicians like them, like politicians that left them to form a new party, not Kwankwaso party. Kwankwaso party is the same party like them. We must not be deceived this time around. We must look for party of a credible candidate, party of people that have not mixed with these people. Showore AAC is a party that has distinct itself as a party that will not compromise, a party of the people, a party of people with futuristic idea. The young people around Showore all the time, they are the future of the country. We have to be courageous to support them and then take the country on a different course. If we are not courageous, like our politicians that are not courageous people, that they're not courageous to do big things for the people of that country. I mean, if we are not courageous like them, that means that we are not helping ourselves. We have to be courageous. Let's go Showore way. If you don't want to, if Showore is not the one for you, go Mugbalu way. These are the people that have distinct themselves from them, and let's you know, open a new chapter for the betterment of our future generation. Other than that, let me thank those at the commentary section. You have been doing a great job, and you know, you are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow to do the best thing you like to do, and I want to thank Brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee. One man went to more. Alexander Akashi. It looked like he came on board today, but he didn't share his experience in Nigeria. Maybe he shared it. I didn't hear it, but I was listening to him while I was doing something in my office, but I didn't really listen to him well because I was so busy back there. So I thank you as well. I thank my sister Bunksma. I thank Jaja. I thank Flash Mankind. I thank Rational Mind. I see him in the commentary section. I thank Oladiti Ask Google. You know, I thank Ortiz. And all and other guys, I thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow, and I will give thanks to our viewers as well across the world listening to us. Please do the big thing for this platform. This platform is one of the best, a classic platform that one man with a big idea brought it for us. Let us support it by clicking on the like button all the time. As you are joining the program, always remember the first thing to do, just click on the like button. If you have not done that, please do that now, or you thumbs up, share, and subscribe if you have not done that as well. And let me thank one man, the driver of the platform, for the good job he's doing, the strength, where he's getting the strength from. I think it's because of the love of that country called Nigeria. That is what gives him the strength to come every day to bring all these information to us that we all gather to discuss about. So I hope we will come back tomorrow. Another day, one man, the eagle. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much, one man. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. And Ajale Koko, if you are ever tired of whatever it is that you do for income, you may well have a future in music. That rendition of Apala is gotten Bonksma dancing. So a lot of people are saying that they've discovered new talent in Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, the new Michael Jackson, Ajale Koko. So that was good. So Ajale Koko, thank you. Good to see you today. So that was Ajale Koko. Always a delight. Anytime we hear from him, we are the richer for it because we take something away. So thank you, Ajale Koko, and thank you, everyone. So thank you, everyone. And in the tradition of Ajale Koko, let's just because Ajale Koko initiated this to the space, but we've adopted this the platform because it's eminently a sensible thing to marry the comment section with the on-screen space so that we depart as one happy family. So an acknowledgement of the people chatting in the comment section, and we go to See Toju, but See Toju, somewhat of a rebel, you know, is one of those break it uppers, you know, let's break Nigeria up. Their votes don't count. So that's his narrative. Rational Mind, Nordic Coin, you already know. And then Bonksma, of course, who joined us lately, just in time to hear that excellent rendition by Ajale Koko. So that's Bonksma. Fourth of many, of course, a regular staple, always joins us just as anytime he or she has the time. Adewale Olusegun, there he is right there. And Theophilus Ajiabo, he wanted to phone in, but really we don't do so much phone in. You simply click on the hyperlink and then you come on screen and give expression to your thoughts. So that's the format, not so much phone in. I don't know. I say that, but I always have a phone number on, but I never even charge up that phone. Never mind being able. I don't know how that system works. So maybe I'll just put it on speaker and it'll be. So it's just somewhat it sounds tedious. So maybe I'll delete that number actually, because I can't advertise it and not make it available for people to use. So the Irene's world. But what goes on in the Irene's world? Do we even want to know what goes on in the Irene's world? I certainly would like to know what goes on in Irene's world. Freedom fighter Nze. So freedom fighter Nze, so you already know just exactly where that fella is coming from. The name often reveals somewhat the character of the person, but what does Ask Google reveal about Ask Google? So that's Ask Google right there, acknowledged earlier on by Ajale Koko. Canadian Network joins us regularly. He came on the screen once, and really a very well-presented, you know, very structured mind. So join us again when you can, Canadian Network. Jay in Ken, we're still waiting to see Jay on the screen. Sam Boy, our Prakot guy. I've decided that he's from Prakot. Not that I know anything to suggest, but that name sounds essentially Port Harcourt, Sam Boy. So top merchandise, but what is the gear? I hope it's not merchandise that goes in the nose. So there it is right there, top merchandise. From top merchandise, we go on to Avi Aki dos Labitos. So that sounds somewhat like a Spanish sort of a person. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to read if this person actually stumbled onto the wrong space, but it mentions Nigeria quite a bit. So Avi Aki dos Libitos. So that's probably means something in Spanish. So somebody almost certainly America-based, because it's usually the Americans that always are speaking Spanish. Adelaja Ogunviyi. So we see you, Adelaja, a regular on the platform as well. So it's just heartening to see people who've now made, because that's the whole idea. So we present it regularly so that you know then routinely it's there available, and then it can be the backdrop to whatever you're doing as you set about your day. You listen in the car, you listen on the plane, you listen even when you are, you know, emptying your bowels or whatever. So at any space you can listen to the platform and watch it too. You can watch it on your big screen. Like Sally Beast, for instance, she actually watches it on a big screen on telly so that my bald head can loom large in our front room. Mahana. So I've read that name often enough, so I'm not quite sure why I'm now somewhat a struggle. Mahana. So we see you, Mahana. Always a delight to be in your company. So that's Mahana right there. And let's just see if we can wrap up maybe one or two more, and then we'll call it a day. So we're scrolling, of course, but then, like I often say, a lot of these names in conversation, so you see them cascading over each other as they go back and forth in conversation. Chiamaka Ike, we say you, Chiamaka. That's one of my favorite Igbo names. The Igbos, they have some, if they have nice names, they have names that roll off the tongue. But if they have the Ikurukuruchuku, those Ikurukuruchuku, those ones that have to kill, it's like chewing granite, some Chukurukuruchuku, But if that Chiamaka, that's a lovely, just a blessed name. But when you start getting to the Chuku, everything is Chuku. They never stop Chuku in the southeastern part of Nigeria. But Michael Babs, of course, no Chuku at all in that. So Michael Babs, good to see you. Oga, a regular staple on the platform. So as I said, people are often, take a home. It's like a homecoming, isn't it? It's like being with family. So you just go hang out with like family, essentially. And this is what David Tunde Abe does on a regular basis. So we round it off with David and we leave it there. So thank you one and all. If you have not already subscribed, as Ajale Koko said, please do that. And if you've not liked, thank you for helping us reach the 100 like mark. So we want to set that as the benchmark now to achieve every day. So as Ajale Koko said, as you are logging into the thing, if you do the usual clickings, then you are relaxed into the session and you don't feel put upon anytime I'm belly aching about the numbers not being up. So there it is right there. So there it is right there, and there it rounds off right here. So the conversation ends on the screens, but it carries on in the comment section, as you know. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation, and we'll do in the comment section, but here I say peace.